may be setting in. And for many people, there's one silent question hanging in the heart. How much longer? How much longer? How much longer do I have to go before things improve? Before my life begins to look a bit better and things begin to make a bit more sense? How much longer before breakthrough comes through? How much longer before the effort finally begins to make sense? And so this morning I want to talk to us about the difficult subject of patience. Not the kind of patience that simply waits, but the kind that keeps its character while waiting. Patience is not sitting still with folded arms. Patience is carrying hope without allowing frustration to poison you. And there's a story about a sculptor who was carving a giant rock. Every morning, he struck the stone with his hammer. 1 hit, 2 hits, 50, 100. And as you know these things, days will pass, and what you have in mind, if you're a sculptor, will not still be clearly defined for anybody who's passing by. And that could leave a lot of people asking questions and pointing fingers and making all sorts of statements. But this rock is not changing. And why you're wasting your energy? But if you're a sculptor, you know that you must continue striking. Then one day, what looks like an ordinary rock will suddenly crack open. The interesting thing is that it does not break because of the final strike alone. It breaks because every previous strike had weakened the rock in a weight of the moment where the beautiful piece becomes a reality for all. Many people, and when I say many people, a lot of people quit because nothing appears to be happening. But sometimes progress is taking place in places your eyes cannot yet measure. Every disciplined morning matters. Every rejection teaches something, and every small effort shapes you. And often, what looks like delay is actually preparation. Fruits picked too early never tastes right. A building rushed without a strong foundation becomes dangerous. Even nature in itself understands timing. And so why do we become angry when our own lives take time? Patience does not mean your dreams are dead. It simply means your story is unfolding. And maybe somebody listening this morning is exhausted from waiting. But hear this carefully. Some doors open only when the person knocking has become strong enough to walk through them. And so keep showing up, keep believing quietly, and keep doing the work even when the applause has not arrived. And one day, you may look back at this difficult season and realize the waiting was not empty after all. George Quenin will do the 6 a.m. news for us next, after which we'll return after the business news as well with a bit more for you here on the 3FM Sunrise.
A very good morning. Welcome to the morning news. This bulletin is coming to you live from the news app here at Cybercrime, and we are also streaming in all our numerous affiliates across the country. In Tamale, we are live on KSB 107.1 from around the world. We're streaming live on 3news.com. My name is George Quinn. In top of the stories, these are: the Ghana Medical Association (GMA) maintains it was inappropriate for names of doctors and other medical personnel cited for disciplinary action in the Charles Emisa case to be made public before the full disciplinary and administrative processes are concluded.
To put their names out there, for which people are now attacking them personally on their Facebook pages and their private messages being sent to them, threatening them. What are we achieving by this? We've moved focus from all the other recommendations they have made in the document.
Also coming up this morning, the Inspector General Police Cyber Vetting and Enforcement Team arrests 11 individuals, including Nigerians, for allegedly using deep fake AI-generated video content to impersonate President John Dramani Mahama. Plus, Onuya Foundation, 3 Foundation collaborates with health authorities to launch nationwide campaign to boost awareness and promote early detection of newborn jaundice. We have details of these and more coming up shortly. Stay with us. And now the news in details. The Ghana Medical Association (GMA) maintains it was inappropriate for names of doctors and other medical personnel cited for disciplinary action in the Charles Emisa case to be made public before the full disciplinary and administrative processes are concluded. The Ministerial Investigative Committee in its report cited a number of medical personnel for sanctions of a negligence that allegedly contributed to the death of the 29-year-old hit-and-run victim. But the GMA contends that publication of the names risks shifting public attention away from the deeper systematic failures in Ghana's emergency healthcare delivery highlighted by the committee. The association insists that while accountability is necessary, disciplinary processes must be fair, transparent, evidence-based, and consistent with due processes. General Secretary of the GMA, Dr. Richard Stilome, spoke to 3FM.
We do not have any problem, and we will never shield any member who has gone through a due process and has been found to have acted contrary to what the professional standards require. However, putting these people's names out there has also implications, and we must balance the public sentiment to want to punish somebody with also the people who are yet to still go through the due disciplinary processes as the regulatory body. You would note that the committee itself, even though they have made some findings, which people might argue is the prima facie case that they have made, and for which they are referring these people to the regulatory authorities to go through disciplinary procedures, which includes going to the penal committee and then to the disciplinary committee, where they still have processes of appeal. Clearly, there's still a lot of processes yet to be gone through to establish full guilt and then the appropriate sanctions to be applied. Okay. So if we then proceed to put their names out there, for which people are now attacking them personally on their Facebook pages and their private messages being sent to them, threatening them, what are we achieving by this? We've moved focus from all the other recommendations they have made in the document.
And he had Dr. Richard Stilome, who is the General Secretary of the GMA, speaking to 3FM. And now, health authorities have launched a nationwide campaign to boost awareness and promote early detection of newborn jaundice, a condition that affects thousands of infants in Ghana every year. The 2026 initiative is in partnership with Onuya Foundation, 3 Foundation, African Health Supplies, and the Pediatric Society of Ghana, and it seeks to expand public education on the condition across the country. There's more in this report.
The newly introduced Newborn Jaundice Wellness Month is designed to educate parents, caregivers, and healthcare workers on the warning signs, dangers, and importance of early treatment of jaundice in newborns. The president of the Pediatric Society of Ghana, Dr. Hilda Mantibia-Boy, said the campaign will focus on both urban and rural communities where awareness levels and access to treatment remain limited.
Newborn jaundice, it's very common. And this jaundice, even though it looks like nothing to be scared of, can cause disability and death in babies. As a result, look out for jaundice in your newborns or your babies after delivery and see your healthcare professionals for assessment and management.
The month-long initiative will be carried out in hospitals and community health centers nationwide with particular attention to rural communities where pediatric health care services are often inadequate. Health authorities are urging parents to seek immediate medical care if they notice yellowing of a baby's skin or eyes within the first few weeks after birth. As part of efforts to support the campaign, African Health Supplies, Onua Foundation and 3 Foundation have donated phototherapy machines to the Pediatric Society of Ghana to aid in the screening and treatment of newborn jaundice. The head of 3 Foundation, Carl Niado, said the organization remains committed to collaborating with other institutions to improve access to quality health care.
This partnership that we just signed with the Pediatric Society of Ghana, it is our core. We are encouraging all business moguls, all corporate institutions, churches and organizations. Please donate and donate fully so that we can kick newborn jaundice out of Ghana.
And away from health, the Inspector General of Police Cyber Vetting Enforcement Team CVET of the Ghana Police Service has arrested 11 individuals, including Nigerians, for allegedly using deepfake AI-generated video content to impersonate President John Dramani Mahama. Police sources tell the media that between May 1 and 3, 2026, CVET conducted coordinated cyber operations at Sogakope, Dabola, Tongu, Akachi and Aflao in the Volta region, which led to the arrest of suspects Raphael Ablodipe, 32 years, Enipa Jonathan, 23 years, Jamesi Bright Kofi, 35 years, Thomas Ayoyo, 17 years, and Louis Segbawu, 18 years, following intelligence on a group of individuals allegedly involved in the creation and online circulation of AI-generated video content impersonating President Mahama. The team retrieved several exhibits, including laptop computers, mobile phones, internet routers, 120 pre-registered SIM cards, and a Nigerian-registered ML350 Mercedes-Benz with registration number Lagos LSR 138HR. And now the Volta Regional Security Council has abruptly aborted plans to reopen the whole central mosque. And RECSEC, led by the Volta Regional Minister James Gunu, visited the whole Zongo yesterday afternoon with the intent to reopen the mosque following a bond signed by leaders of the feuding groups. The move was, however, aborted with the team's engagement with the Zongo community took a dramatic turn. Here's the Volta Regional Minister James Gunu talking to 3FM.
We'll come and engage the community. And by engaging the community, we want to assess the mood, the temperature, to see whether the ground is fertile for the reopening of the mosque. So it's an assessment, in a way, to see whether the ground is fertile. And we have done the assessment diligently. And we've realized that the ground is not fertile. And you can see. So what we have done here is a security intelligence assessment.
And that was the Volta Regional Minister James Gunu. If you just tuned in, you are listening to the morning news on 3FM 92.7. With me, George Quinn. In more news this morning, laboratory scientists at the Kolebu Teaching Hospital have denied claims that they are on strike, insisting the laboratory services at the facility are still operating, although at reduced capacity due to ongoing system audits. The clarification follows public concerns over disruptions in laboratory services at the hospital amid tensions over the appointment of medical doctors to head laboratory department. But as the impasse continues, questions are being raised about whether ordinary Ghanaians should bear the brunt of the conflict. There's more in the following report.
Chief Executive Officer of the Kolebu Teaching Hospital and council members around 10 a.m. on Thursday visited the central laboratory to have a word with staff and leaders there. But agitated staff could not hide their displeasure over an alleged comment made by the chairman of the Kolebu Doctors Association, Dr. Asario Faye, that 50% of laboratory results from the central lab are inaccurate. A meeting with the leaders and staff lasted almost an hour. Afterwards, the impasse was not entirely resolved, according to union leaders, even as the Director of Pharmacy, Dr. Charles Ofe-Pam, is to act as head of the laboratory pending a meeting scheduled for next Tuesday.
Medical laboratory services are under Allied Health Services. And the law sees Section 3E that we should regulate that services. We want to stick to that. However, if Medical and Dental Council have something different, which we believe we can discuss together and see the way forward. But until then, they should stay calm, go to work.
We met with the Chief Director, and he has given direction. We are law-abiding citizens. We are not going to flout his directions. We've been working all this while, even though aggrieved.
Management of Kolebu later issued a statement stating that results from the central lab are accurate. However, the laboratory scientists have rejected that position. Their demand is simple. Management should compel Dr. Asare Ofe to retract and apologize for his comments.
We have to do system audits and reports because the doctor that made that claim is a major client. So if your client is dissatisfied with your results, the only thing mandated by the ISO standard is that you have to do system audits, especially when he has not provided evidence. You don't have to let's say that he was just daydreaming. No, every comment, every life matter. So we shall do system audits to restore, and whenever we get the findings, we'll communicate same to the public.
Meanwhile, during our stay at the Central Lab Department, a few patients trickled in and were attended to.
Before we part company, the governing National Democratic Congress (NDC) has defended the losses of the Bank of Ghana, insisting the spending must be viewed as part of its efforts to stabilize the economy and protect livelihoods. The party maintains that public debate on the economy must be grounded in facts and accountability. Introducing the National Democratic Congress position on the Bank of Ghana losses during the relaunch of the Setting the Record Straight, Deputy National Communications Officer Godwin Akogan said the outcomes achieved justify the expenditure.
Having failed to convince Ghanaians on policy and performance, the NPP has returned to propaganda, shifting from one false narrative to another.
The NDC also turned its attention to the opposition New Patriotic Party (NPP), accusing the party of abandoning policy debate in favor of propaganda and misinformation.
The Bank of Ghana's 15 billion cedis commitment, carried out under its core mandate to stabilize the economy, should be viewed as a strategic investment rather than a loss. It has produced tangible results.
And the NDC also turned its attention to the opposition New Patriotic Party, accusing the party of abandoning policy debate in favor of propaganda and misinformation. And that's how we ended the morning news. For more news updates, just log on to our website, s3news.com. We're back for business. Good morning.
Accra gets busy on this frequency. 92.7 3 FM.
Hello again and welcome to the Business News on Sunrise. Coming up this morning, Government of Ghana seeks to break 7th straight under subscription streak with 4.349 billion cedis Treasury bill auction today. And Ghana climbs to 8th largest economy in Africa as GDP hits over $114 billion on strong mining, ICT and financial sector growth. Plus new report warns Bank of Ghana's aggressive inflation fight and costly liquidity operations are deepening central bank's financial losses amid currency stabilization efforts. We have details of these and many more coming up shortly. Stay with us. And thanks for your time. And now the news in details. Government of Ghana is returning to the domestic money market today with a target to borrow 4.349 billion cedis through its weekly Treasury bill auction. And there's more in the following three business news desk report.
The move comes at a critical point for the Treasury, which is battling a persistent slump in investor demand. This upcoming auction, targeting 4.349 billion cedis, marks an attempt to snap a 7-week streak of undersubscription, a trend that has raised concerns over government's ability to meet its short-term financing needs. Tenors to be offered are the 91-day, 182-day, and 364-day bills. Analysts suggest the recent fatigue in the T-bill market may be driven by a tightening of available cedi liquidity within the banking sector. A gradual decline in the Ghana reference rate GRR, which dipped to 10.03% this month, potentially signaling to investors that yields may have peaked. Renewed interest in other assets classes as a broader macroeconomic environment shows sign of slow stabilization. The Bank of Ghana remains hopeful that the 4.394 billion cedis target, designed to roll over maturing debt and fund government operations, will find sufficient takers. However, if the trend of undersubscription continues into an 8th week, the government may be forced to further raise interest rates to entice worry investors, potentially increasing the overall cost of public debt.
Away from that, Ghana has climbed to become the 8th largest economy in Africa in 2026, with the country's gross domestic product rising to $114.71 billion, driven largely by strong performances in the mining, ICT and financial services sectors. And the latest economic figures show Ghana moved up from 10th position in 2025 when the economy was valued at $108.1 billion. The following three business report.
The growth, which represents a 3.2% increase over the 2025 estimate, reflects improved output in key sectors, particularly mining, where elevated global gold prices boosted export earnings and overall economic activity. The growth was largely supported by Ghana's mining sector, especially rising gold export earnings driven by high international gold prices. The information, communication, and technology sector, together with financial services, also recorded strong expansion and contributed significantly to overall economic growth. Analysts say Ghana's diversified economic structure, spanning natural resources, services, and industry, continues to support resilience despite challenges linked to public debt and external economic pressures. Meanwhile, South Africa maintained its position as Africa's largest economy with a GDP of $479.96 billion, followed by Egypt and Nigeria in second and third positions respectively. Nigeria's strong rebound was largely attributed to currency adjustments, while Egypt's growth was supported by major infrastructure investments, tourism, and energy sector expansion.
And that was a three business news desk report on Ghana climbing to 8th largest economy in Africa as GDP hit over $114 billion on strong mining, ICT, and financial sector growth. A new policy analysis by the Center for Economic Research and Policy Analysis, CEPA, says the Bank of Ghana's aggressive efforts to tame inflation and stabilize the cedi are significantly worsening the central bank's financial position. According to the think tank, high interest rates, expensive liquidity control measures, and exchange rate pressures are driving mounting operational losses, raising concerns over the long-term sustainability of the bank's balance sheet. This is 3 Business News Desk report.
In its latest policy brief, the think tank says the Bank of Ghana's reliance on tight monetary policy tools, including high interest rates, open market operations, and central bank bills, has significantly increased operational losses. CEPA explains that efforts to absorb excess liquidity from the financial system have become more expensive under the current high interest rate environment, placing additional strain on the bank's finances. The report also points to the depreciation of the cedi as a major contributor to the losses, noting that the weakening local currency increases the domestic value of the Bank of Ghana's foreign liabilities, resulting in revaluation losses. SEPA says, although the measures are necessary to control inflation and restore economic confidence, they present a difficult trade-off between macroeconomic stability and the financial health of the central bank. The think tank is further raising concerns about quasi-fiscal interventions such as the Gold for Oil and Gold for Reserves programs, arguing that such initiatives fall outside the bank's core mandate. SEPA is therefore calling for a policy rethink and urging government to gradually take over non-core interventions, while the Bank of Ghana focuses primarily on price stability.
That was a 3 Business News Desk report. On a new report warning Bank of Ghana's aggressive inflation fight and costly liquidity operations are deepening central bank's financial losses amid currency stabilization efforts. Now, Executive Director of the Center for Environmental Management and Sustainable Energy, SEMSE, Benjamin Insian, has raised concerns regarding the government recently announced climate investment targets, labeling them as potentially ceremonial and unrealistic.
Insia's critique follows a statement by the Minister of State for Climate Change and Sustainability, Baba Isifu Seidu, who revealed on Wednesday that Ghana requires $22.6 billion, approximately 220 billion cedis over the next decade, to meet its climate action goals.
$22 billion to fight climate change in the next 10 years is quite outrageous. And I think that some of these investment projections are just to meet ceremonial requirements by international organizations and not actually to be effectively implemented in Ghana. As a country, we have what we call the nationally determined contributions, which was expected to span between 2020 and 2030, with investment projections ranging from $9 billion to $15 billion. As we speak, we may be able to mobilize at least a tenth of these particular investment plans.
To meet its climate action goals, SEMSE calls on government to move beyond ceremonial climate projections and develop realistic bankable projects to attract the capital necessary for its green transition.
It's very specific, very concise, very project-related intervention targeted at specific areas of the economy, which will come out with a very less budget or investment projections, and that will likely attract development partners to support or local partners to support than such huge investment plans that may not see the light of day.
And that was a report on SEMSE labeling Ghana's $22.6 billion climate goal ceremonial and urgent shift to bankable project. Before we part company, let's take a look at the latest on the forex markets and how the cedi is faring against other major trading currencies and how some of the key commodities are also faring on the global market.
On the interbank foreign exchange market, the dollar is selling at 11 cedis 28 pesos. It gained 4 pesos. The British pound is selling at 15 cedis 35 pesos. It gained 6 pesos. The euro is selling at 13 cedis 27 pesos. It also gained 5 pesos. However, be guided that these figures could be higher at a forex bureau near you. On the global commodities market, Brent crude is trading at $101.52 per barrel. Gold is trading at $4,706.68 per ounce, up by $15.32. Cocoa is trading at $4,427 per ton, up by $292.
And that was an update from the forex and commodity markets. On that note, we end the business news on Sunrise. For more business stories, please check out our website, thestreetnews.com. My name is George Queening. In a world where you can be anything, just be kind. It costs nothing to recap. My colleague Mawuena Egbeta is standing by to continue the morning show. Enjoy your morning.
gets busy on this frequency. 92.7 3 FM. Accra gets busy on this frequency. 92.7 3 FM. Sunrise on 3 FM. The best in the morning.
And indeed, it is the best in the morning from now till 10 a.m. That's what we're seeking to do. Serve you breakfast along with great company of individuals working in and behind the scenes to ensure that is a possibility. We're streaming live on Facebook. Our handles 3FM927. Same handle on YouTube as well. 3FM927. A big thank you to George Quainin for helping us with the 6 a.m. news as well as the business news this morning. And we get you into the weather and what the occasion is supposed to look like. And this morning, mist or fog patches are likely over some coastal, mountainous and forest areas amidst partly cloudy conditions. There's also a chance of rainfall over the coastal or over a few coastal locations. Now, as the day advances into the afternoon, sunny conditions with occasional cloud cover will prevail across the country. The cloud buildup is expected to generate rain-bearing clouds, which may produce rainfall with thundery activities over some places within the country a lot later in the day. That's what our weather is looking like, and so the few parts of Accra or the capital where it's expected to rain. If you're listening to us, you're yet to get out from the house, it'll be a good time to get an umbrella as you head out into today. Let's get into some great music right now. DJ Phil is on standby, and it's a Friday, action fun day. The weekend is here, and rest is here for a number of individuals as well. And so we'll get into some great music. We'll return with the newspapers for you, and as well, very interesting conversations to look up to today as well.
3FM Sunrise.
Sunrise.
Certainly, I'll put a lot of fire in our bones. 22 to the top of the hour, still here on the 3FM Sunrise. And as we're back, we're getting ready for the newspapers as well this morning. Right then, we're getting into the newspapers for you this morning as well, and that was a beautiful one, I have to be honest. It got me on my feet at some point in time as well here on the 3FM Sunrise. But I have a number of papers, and my colleagues Wisdom Safo and Enyonam Hadigan will join me in studio as we do the newspapers this morning as well. Be reminded that you can share your thoughts with us this morning here on the show. We're streaming live on Facebook, 3FM 927. Same handles on YouTube as well, 3FM 927. On the Daily Graphic, the minority leader is here on the front page. He's as well on the front page of the Ghanaian Times newspaper. I'll get you into all of the details, but let me say good morning to Wisdom and as well Enyonam. Lady and gentlemen, good morning to you. Trust that you're both well. The night was long enough. These days we have very short nights and much longer days. By 5:30, the entire atmosphere is very clear, and so.
If you're not lucky, you oversleep.
How do you set your alarm? Is a question. Are you the one who does 4 is 4, or you start from?
The question you should ask Wisdom is: does he sleep? Does he sleep?
I mean, a question in the right direction. If you ask me, you see.
He doesn't even sound like someone who has slept.
In school, we used to say something like "Oda worry."
It's Oda
worry.
Or you are back on team no sleep, and sleep is for the weak. Master, sleep is important too.
I sleep. Sleep at the right time. I sleep. Yeah.
And where is the right time?
We talk about that one later.
How do you set your alarm? Do you do 4 o'clock, 4, 5,
I need
4,
the alarm
6,
to prepare
4,
me to wake up for the actual time. So it's 4, 1, 4, 2, 4, 3, 4. And for some very odd reason, I've not even been hearing the intermittent ones.
Yeah.
I just hear, my body automatically wakes up for the one I want to wake up for.
So if it's 4 o'clock you want to wake up, you start from
3. Actually 1.
Oh, that's terrible.
No, I'm psyching my mind that I'm about to wake up.
If I am to wake up, say 5, I begin at 4:30.
Yeah, very.
So 4:30. Sometimes I don't hear 4:30, 4:40.
So you guys, you set alarm,
What? I mean, you just wake up because you just tell your body, wake me up at 4.
You know, we have a body alarm. When it reaches maybe 3 a.m., my body just wakes up because.
You've tuned your mind to that.
Are you not seated on radio and you are lying to us? Because
you know what I'm saying.
I hear people say that, and I'm always fascinated. My body automatically wakes me up.
I remember my sister used to tell me that it is God telling you that wake up and pray.
Okay, that's fair.
But those ones not different.
Really?
Yeah. Because it's not constant. It's usually a one-off thing where you randomly just wake up and you cannot sleep again.
But
for like
this
good
3
30
a.m.
minutes.
3 a.m. would, like, the body just responds.
How the question I will ask then is, how early do you sleep? Which has your body waking up at
Automatically,
3 o'clock every day? Even on the weekends, you wake up at 3 o'clock.
3 a.m.
That's fascinating. I don't envy you, because I'll be very angry if my body.
Imagine it's a holiday, you're not coming to
yes,
work.
and my body decides to wake me up at 3 a.m. I will not be a happy person. I want to wake up when I want to wake up. That's why alarms are also very important. Anyways, let's get into the details of the newspapers. I'll start off first with the Daily Graphic. It leads with prosecute xenophobic attacks culprits. Minority leader urges West African states to demand action from South Africa. It's a news desk report. We'll fight falsehood with better information, not censorship. Okay, maybe I'll read the details, because the nature with which we are seeing completely fabricated stories make the rounds on social media. I mean, we had people celebrating Ghana Today versus Ghana Today, and it was a competition of who spreads the most fake news, right? So I maybe the details of the story will help me appreciate what the Minister for Government Communications is talking about. Mahama Cares invests 36.2 million cedis in specialist healthcare training. Hey, is it not supposed to be for healthcare delivery? Oh, okay, we are preparing the people to take care of the.
Yes.
Miracle Outreach announces 5-day national prayer rally scheduled for May 11 to May 15. On the back page, results generated by Kolebu Central Lab valid, reliable, and Ghana-US deepened military medical cooperation. The Ghanaian Times is next. They have that Apenyomarkin story as well as the Big Banner story. Move beyond condemnation to action. Minority leader demands accountability from SA government over attacks on African migrants in South Africa. Amnesty International raises concern over anti-LGBTQI bill. Stanbic Bank donates 3 million cedis to support Black Stars. Stanbic. There is athletics. We are having a competition. The Africa Athletics Championship is coming off on the 12th to the 17th of May.
It's a better place for them to channel their
yes. Those guys, if with $3 million and 3 million cedis or active support coming through every now and then, they can win us some gold medals and
they've been excelling.
Yeah.
With
so
very little,
this one is a special appeal. Absa, we cannot tell you what to do with your money,
but we
beg. You look the way of the athletes for us, so that they will also get some support. And Mahama Care commits 36 million to train specialist healthcare professionals. On the back page, Ghana Armed Forces clears 17.75 kilometers for Accra-Kumasi Expressway project. And the CDS has been visiting them, and Stanbic Bank donating that 3 million to the Black Stars is also on the back page.
About that, remember last time we were having a conversation around expressway and people suggesting the railway and all that, and doing a cost benefit analysis as to which one is more economically viable. So basically, people are actually happy that the military is actually championing the clearing. Actually, if you look at this 48 engineers regiment, okay, the discipline, the way they handle their things, I think it's something all contractors should emulate in this country. When they give you a timeline, they go according to that timeline. If they say they are doing this at a certain period, the discipline alone, I think, is something that we should applaud. Beyond that, the conversation around is the expressway importance as at now is also a different thing altogether. But in the daily guide, the front page, we have court set aside $33.3 million award against Josmo Construction. Wontumi opens defense May 14th. And BOG admits the 34.9 billion loss after minority expose. You know, this has been a matter of contention.
The story, that's the Daily Guide.
That's the Daily Guide.
The Bank of Ghana has admitted
that it made $34.9 billion with the image of Kojo Oponkuma.
Maybe we'll get details because I haven't read anywhere the BOG.
So let me read.
Ones I've seen, it says that after
expose.
Yeah.
So let me just read something small here. It said the Bank of Ghana has acknowledged that its comprehensive loss for the 2025 financial year stood at 34.9 billion Ghana cedis, validating the minority caucus figure after weeks of heated public debate over the true state of the central bank's finances. The admission comes after sustained pressure from the minority in parliament, led by former information minister and MP of Ofuase Ayerebi, Kojo Oponkuma, who exposed the majority caucus of deliberately downplaying the scale of the bank's losses by focusing only on the 15.63 billion operating losses, while ignoring an additional 19.92 billion recorded under other comprehensive income, the OCI. So the claim by Kojo Oponkuma at first, what he was saying is that after subtracting the operating income and operating cost, you get the loss, right? After getting the loss, they intentionally sold about 18.5 tons of our good in order to generate revenue to cut down the losses. That was the claim that was made by Kojo Oponkuma first. So there are more details in there.
I don't know about an expose, I'll be very honest, because maybe it's a case of drawing attention to what already exists, because if there's anything, these numbers exist or are in the audited report.
Exactly.
It's just a matter of whether or not that is a headline loss, because it adds up to the negative equity, which took it up to around 96 billion in terms of negative equity as well.
The negative equity issue, right? When I was looking at what causes or what was the main component of this negative equity, I thought I felt we are not being expansive as to how we interpret and communicate that. Do you know that even the cash in circulation, right? The amount of money that we have as Ghanaians, the cash in circulation, is a liability to the Bank of Ghana, okay? Which forms part, like the equity is calculated when you subtract the assets from the liabilities. When the liabilities are more, we have negative equity. But we have more assets, we have a positive equity. So I looked through, and we have about 83 billion Ghana cedis worth of cash in circulation. And that's liability on the Bank of Ghana. All banks, the deposits at the banks, at the BOG. So every commercial bank has a deposit, right? At the BOG. They are all liabilities on the BOG's books. So exchange losses, assets held in US dollars, even by converting it into Ghana cedis, there are exchange rate losses and all that.
That contributed to around 23 billion.
23 billion.
Losses.
Good.
So just the CD performance alone.
Just the CD's performance alone. So I think we should explore it.
The conversation should be more nuanced.
We shouldn't narrow it down. It's negative equity. We should look at what is causing that negative equity, and I think that one is also very important.
A bit more in terms of the front pages. We'll come back to the details a lot later.
Jamal Cage, Kamal set free. Ghana in US romance scam case. So we have generator also kills 3 men at Mahian. And yes, and Wontumi also opens defense. That's on the front page of the Daily Guide. And we have the Finder. We have Ghana becomes Africa's 8th largest economy. That's on page 9. And this one, I wanted to expand a bit. So in grading how big an economy is, the metric that they normally use is the real GDP. They look at the amount of goods produced in a country within a specific fiscal year. Then they use to grade whether, okay, so how big it is. But it doesn't mean that your country is doing well, right? The most important thing is the national income. In calculating the national income, we subtract the income from income of the foreigners in your country, and we add the Ghanaians living abroad. So the most important thing is whether this money or this expansion is staying within our country or is being
repatriated
or sent elsewhere. That's one important thing that we have to look at. Because a country like US.
I'll ask a question.
Yeah.
And the analysis you make is fair. It doesn't necessarily mean that persons are thriving, or locals are thriving when your economy is ranked as the 8th largest or any of that. But is that preparatory ground for government to take certain action so that can lead to the betterment of the livelihoods of citizens? Because when your economy is one of the largest, it presupposes it's ripe for investment. And that can come in and then bring in a few in terms of job creation and all of that. And so there will be a positive slant, just that the way it's mentioned grandly that 8th largest economy in Africa and all of it doesn't directly mean that people are feeling some
but there's always a two-way, right? Even if foreigners are investing in your country, you have a clause that if you have a company, some employees in your company should be Ghanaians, right? So they create employment, they pay taxes to the government, a lot of benefits comes from that. But what I'm saying is that if you compare Ghana's economy to a country like US, right? US is in debt. It's a country, it has about $32 trillion in debt.
Right.
But it's one of the world's biggest economy. Why? Because they have FDIs, the foreign direct investment. We have people coming from elsewhere investing into the economy. We have
whole nations are investing in the US. Actually.
Exactly. So it's about FDIs empowering Ghanaian-owned companies. You know, there were a lot of politicization about the ownership of the Daman mine being given to Ibrahim Mahama and all that. But this is something that is coming to us as a country, right? It is always good when it is home, right? So that's one thing we also have to take note of.
Yeah. You're done with the front pages?
We have the British High Commission calls crackdown on disinformation, and bond market turnover rises by 319%. We have Ghana enters phase of economic stabilization. That's what an analyst is saying.
It's an opinion piece.
Yes, it's an opinion. And Greater Accra Regional Hospital partners Z Multimedia in a Mother's Day celebration on 10th May 2026. And BOG urges shift in digital finance. Yeah, that's what on the front page
of the new finder.
Yes.
And what do you have as well?
So I have the Ranch Africa, or Punch Africa rather. We have the Cape Coast Member of Parliament, Richard Tegan, urging constituents to embrace the 24-hour economy market concept. Do you know about the 24-hour market concept?
Because of the news have been,
But you understand it?
If what I know based on reports is anything to go, because I think the president even cut sword for one at Asesawa, and I think we were reminiscing about a market stay in Asesawa, which we were reading about. So it's supposed to be a market that will run.
Trending this weekend too.
which is supposed to run for 24 hours, and ensure commerce is happening all throughout across different parts of the country.
And you went to UG.
Yes, I went to
UG. You know the night markets, right?
Oh.
But Mawuena, in developing a market, I feel there are a lot of structural things you have to look at before you even set up a market in the first place. Look at the people around, the peripherals around the market, the market support system. In other words, the market's oxygen. You can't set up. I don't know
just
how,
for the setting up of a market.
That's one thing Ghanaians you have to take note of, right? We set up things without exploratory analysis. You don't do any analysis to know that if you set up this market here, it's going to sustain itself. Yes, it will benefit. We don't do that. And I think I think we should go beyond just the headlines. We set up this, we set up that, and actually take up.
But let me be the devil's advocate this morning. they're not translating the already existing markets into 24-hour economy markets. They're creating new markets.
Who will you give the credit to? They want to bring something new and you credit them. If you see, there's this lack of continuity in our politics.
Yeah.
If you start something, I don't want to come and finish, and they will give the credit to you. It will be a debate. Oh, I started it.
You want to start yours alone.
And you know that I brought this. I don't know, but it's a challenge.
Anyway, we also have the minority leader, Alexander Penyumakin, demanding an end to xenophobic attacks on Africans in South Africa. We have the majority, which Wisdom spoke about extensively, condemning the BOG for stabilizing, commends the BOG for stabilizing market lending rates. Then we have Printpag assuring Ghanaians of better days ahead. That was on the back of the World Press Freedom Day. Then we have our very own Senyo Hosi. Well, he's speaking about the power outages where he's indicated that it's driven by lack of investment.
Within the power sector?
Yes. I think that was about during the week, because he published something during the week.
Yes, it was an article about the BOG situation.
No, the power sector.
He's published something as well about the power sector. Okay.
On the news center, we also have the NIA beginning registration for 6 to 14-year-olds in the Volta and Oti regions. So, I mean, we have people in those areas who they still don't have Ghana cards. We should be on the lookout for that. We have Goldfields seek long-term expansion and extension for the Takwa operations. We also have the vice president, the first female vice president of Ghana, and Dr. Johnson Isiama exchanging pleasantries on the cross-border fintech integration key to trade.
Yes. The 3i Africa.
Yes, 3i Africa
event put together by the BOG.
We have the CEO for Mobile Money Fintech Limited, Shaib Haruna, is speaking about, fintech growth in Africa, which has, I think we're championing it at this point.
Yes, particularly mobile money.
Yes, mobile money intra.
I know in Kenya, is it M-Pesa or something, has been big as well. Mobile money is big in Eastern Africa. But in West Africa, I think inarguably Ghana will be one of the biggest places where now we're seeking to do it between cross-border.
But I think we've started. I think there's Nigeria.
Yes,
you can.
There was the MTN bit, but governments came out to say they hadn't given authorization for you to be able to send money to somebody via mobile money because
in another country.
Yes, when I was when the Binyiri conflict happened, we had to visit Ivory Coast with the foreign minister. The hotel we were in, I saw the mobile money. MTN has that card where you can scan, and I took out I tried it. I could send money to only that.
But that means you can't receive yet.
Yes, I think. But when I scanned and I tried sending, I couldn't send money to the number. It said I could only send to a Nigerian number. So I think
that's from Ivory Coast.
Yes, in Ivory Coast I couldn't send. So perhaps
No, in Ivory Coast you could send to a Nigerian number, not a Ghanaian number, right?
Oh no, I was trying to send to
a Ghanaian number
to an Ivorian who was using MTN via mobile money.
Okay.
Right? Oh, I didn't explain properly. So I was trying to send
to the receptionist.
Business accounts. MTN provides business accounts. So if you enter and you do business, you can pay to the business account. It happens here in Ghana. So the hotel had seen, and I'd wanted to pay for the stay using mobile money. But I realized after scanning, yes, I got the details of the hotel and everything, but I couldn't pay to them. I could only pay if I was paying to someone in Nigeria, and I was surprised because we had been told they've not given permission to MTN because
so
it has to go through.
It
has to go through an entire.
Only to Nigeria now. That's per your explanation.
No, that's what I understand from what I saw, right? But I recall as well there was press releases, and I'll check that press releases which were suggesting that we've not quite fully clarified the system of cross-border payment from Ghana, and so for now it's just the banks which we can interbank transfers. I don't know where we are on that, but I think mobile money will be the next phase where people can send and receive money.
But do the embassies accept statements from mobile money now? Because I think that's imagine you don't have a bank account, but you have a mobile money account. Shouldn't you be allowed to tender that?
Mobile money has a limit,
You can expand.
But there's a maximum holding amount.
Especially if it's even a business account. I don't think you're really.
What's the maximum? I think is it 40,000
for business? Let me check because you can see a threshold. It's not, but depending on the business, you can go and they can enlarge the volumes for you.
Amount you can. It's about how the account moves. Because that's what the embassies usually want to see. That at least
the money is not just sleeping in it and you're coming to lie to them.
You are using it.
There are a lot of ways they analyze those things. And the last time I checked, they even every visa is evaluated differently.
Case by case.
Case by case. They look at the number of days you are going to spend. They look at your background, they look a lot of reasons.
Your income, how much you
so
spend.
So it's not only about the in and out. You have to have a lot of money in the account too. You have to have money.
But imagine you have just 100,000 in the account.
Yes.
It's just there. And imagine someone that has maybe 50,000, but he says, "This is my business account. I use it for day-to-day trading." Who would they believe? Chances are you borrowed money and you may not come back to Ghana where you go.
Chances are that you also started doing the trading so that you will see
that. No. But the transactions have dates.
But you can't, I don't think a mobile money account can hold like $20,000.
Dollars. Wisdom.
Mobile money account with 20,000, that's in excess of like 200,000 cedis. Oh, there are accounts which will hold 200,000 cedis.
Yes.
Well, we've seen volumes and transactions increase,
maybe
particularly
after. If you go to the offices,
business accounts, not individual account. I've seen someone, unless maybe it was edited, I think on social media, I saw in excess of 100,000 cedis in the person's mobile money wallet.
Wow.
Yes, it's
you can have that. Yeah, you can have that if you go and you have lots of like if you're high volume transactions, they will expand. I think you just have to go with documentation and certification to show that yes.
Expand your threshold.
Well,
so you sell cars, right? And you can buy and you can receive the money into your account if you can prove that it's a sole proprietorship where you sell cars and you have all of that. I genuinely think you can have your bandwidth expanded to provide.
These are all embedded in regulations. There are regulatory boundaries as to what a mobile money.
You have been the devil's advocate this morning.
So let me get.
You want to use mobile money to japa?
No. So, aside the bank statement, mobile money should be
to prove that you are liquid.
Exactly.
Well, I think people like using mobile money compared to their banks. Now the banks have integrated
the mobile money
you just move
their bank apps.
A number of times I
maybe
do
they do and we are not
transactions
aware
like
yet. But
let me do that story and then we'll talk about hostels, because yesterday the rent control was going around in hostels. A number of people have been sharing thoughts. The two of you were in hostels not in not so far a distant ago. Me, I have not been in a hostel before because I was at GIG and GIG we did not have.
Going from the house.
Yes, I was going from home, so I don't have the experience of having to pay. So you who have been in hostels will share your thoughts, and we'll hear from the rent control boss first, and then I'll come back in studio and then we'll get those details. But the minister says we will fight disinformation with better information and not censorship. I have I'm taking this particular story because only this morning surfing the internet I'm seeing stories, or I'm seeing a Ghana Today account suggesting that the tourism minister made tribal or bigotry comments, which videos are now circulating which suggest that she may not have actually said the things she's being alleged to have said. And I'm asking, how do we deal with this, where misinformation and disinformation is gradually become the mainstay of the politics that we practice in this country. People will just pick up stuff, lie blatantly, slap it on a news card, and will post it somewhere. The minister says they will fight all of this with better information, and I want to get details of that. So the Minister of Government Communications, Felix Kwatiofosu, says the nation will tackle misinformation and disinformation with accurate and timely information rather than censorship. He explained that even though the spread of falsehoods, deepfakes, and coordinated disinformation campaigns threaten national security, public health, and democratic governance, censorship was not a solution because it only bred more suspicion and drove information underground. Now, Mr. Kwatiofosu was speaking at the commemoration of this year's World Press Freedom Day in Accra, hosted by the British High Commission. He said that government remain committed to protecting journalists, upholding media pluralism, and ensuring that no reporter was harassed, detained, or threatened for carrying out lawful duties. I'm not seeing the import of what is the intervention from all of this, and this is where sometimes I have a problem with the writings, or is it the speeches? Because
the headline is
when we say we'll fight disinformation with better information, I don't see the solution in the story, right? And so it leaves me wondering. Democracy is not a gift that lasts forever. It is a practice that must be renewed every day. I want to see the tangibles. I don't.
How are this?
You know, when you say better information, are we seeing that media outlets are being provided with accurate details to fight disinformation? You know, when the minister just says we'll fight disinformation with better information, I don't quite get it.
You see it as sloganeering?
No, not in terms of sloganeering, but consistently, I feel the speeches can be better. Right? That's on a personal level, because when a newspaper headline reads "We'll fight disinformation or falsehood with better information," what is better information? How are we getting better information? I am hoping I can get that. Either maybe the minister made those statements and the newspaper didn't carry it, but also the Daily Graphic will not write a story and not clearly define. That's why I'm trying to skim through the story and see how, but I'm not getting that. Right, and so that is just something that sticks out for me. Perhaps we could get a bit more in terms of tangibles that we can point at and we can grasp in the air when we hear the speeches and say this and this is what we're doing.
Who is the originator of information? The originator of information is the media. In our setting, we give the public information.
But you get it from somewhere.
We get it from somewhere. We pick reports from institutions and all correspondence. We put the information out there. So is it a way they are trying to, is it a training that they are going to do? Is it, I don't know, a partnership? Are they going to enforce the laws? They should come out.
So all of these are questions that will require
give us vivid,
a bit more in terms of answers
details
as well. Yeah. But 7:11 here on the 3FM Sunrise, I want us to get into the hostel conversation. And did any of us see the video? I think I've seen a video of someone dragging a child.
The 16-year-old
that's horrible.
On a quad bike.
That was horrible. And what hurts my heart was that the person who did that is someone who is physically challenged, right? I mean, like you should. I mean,
the sheer disbelief I saw you, and I saw you reading, and I haven't been able to pay particular attention to a lot these days. I'll be very honest. I saw the video.
It was bad.
You know what kills me is the tears. What was he crying? What was he crying about? I'll be very honest. No, why was he crying?
I was shocked reading it. Well, I cannot show my emotions on the TV, but
That was
Wow.
bad. A quad
Your
bike.
son.
And you saw the damage he caused to the guy, right?
Inflicted serious wounds on the
Serious
boy's
wounds.
back.
The guy,
But are they sure it's his child?
and
I mean, that's a legitimate question.
Because, like,
Come on.
they say,
come on. And he was actually saying he doesn't know what came over him.
that's not an
Oh, when you were tying the individual, you didn't know what came over you.
The
When you
community
sparked,
members
when
were
you sparked,
shouting. And North Legon is a place that is quiet. So for people to come out from their homes to tell you to stop, to chase you,
you can go onto
That's
Facebook
extreme.
and YouTube as well, and you see the videos, and I don't know. If you do this to somebody, it's not a 16-year-old. I mean, we can have conversations about forms of punishment. This has never come up anywhere
What would you think of
for
this?
it to be a form of
How is
punishment.
that your first thought?
Do you know the apostles, right? In the
Yeah,
Bible. This was one of the how they were killed, actually, or
They're
martyred.
dragged into the-
Some of them.
Let me. I want to listen to his
him.
explanation. What is the explanation he provides, Frederick?
And handed over to the Lankwantana Mandina Divisional Police Command. The suspect reportedly told the police he did not know what came over him to inflict such pain on his son. Accra Regional Police Public Relations Officer Superintendent Juliana Obeng, providing an update, said investigations are ongoing while the suspect has been arraigned before court.
He went to court yesterday, but the court didn't sit. We are looking at taking him back to court this afternoon. These are still going on. For now, we are looking at causing harm. But yes, as we proceed with investigations, if there are additional charges, would prefer as well.
Ninoy, a neighbor who led the arrest of the cobbler, corroborated the events of the day.
What I see is you have tied the child the back of the motor. So I tried to stop him because he knows me. But as I tried to stop him, he don't stop. So I have to change him, follow him, need to make him so that people will come out, then we rescue the boy. You don't mind. There's a police post in my area. He turned, there's a lady over there, try to stop him too. He don't stop. So you have to follow him. Run from where I'm standing. Look at my weight, but I ran from there, chasing him to tell him to stop. So a friend around, neighbor, they come out and one helped him with a car to chase him. We got him where people have stopped him. Then we rescued the guy over there.
So they had to chase him.
Yes.
And people were
ended up with the car.
with a car, and people were screaming that he should stop.
So car, they are meaning he was moving at a very high speed.
Yes, because the guy could not chase.
Yeah, he
after
could not
him.
run after him. You know, of the many things that I didn't think I would be talking about this morning. I mean,
16-year-old boy.
it's the thought process, right?
In terms of
But how do you think
psychological.
of such a punishment?
Wow.
And his explanation is mayeni bibia and she won't see me. It can be frustrating, but I don't exactly. I was speaking to my younger brother yesterday. Look, you could not tell us apart, and we will give you hell when we were growing up. But it didn't warrant anybody dragging us with a bike, or is it because our parents didn't have quad bikes? No, I'm asking a legitimate question. Maybe for want of having the gadgets and all of that too, you want to explore the means of punishment that you can.
Oh no.
What they had was
Because I shudder to come to terms with the fact that this is something that that the heart of man is wicked. I'll just leave it at that.
What is that crowd?
And in the next states, people were running after him. And what from the narration, there's even a police post in the neighborhood. And he didn't care. He went past the police post and was still dragging the boy on the ground.
Well, from the police officer, she said that they will be going to court today. So
I'm sure from his own narration and all of that, depending on how matters go, this could go pretty fast because he might. Yes, he's admitted to it. I don't want to talk about the psychological bits because it's far too. You have to plead it, right? And he has to lead evidence to an extent to suggest that he wasn't mentally stable. But from his own admission, saying I don't know what came over me is I don't know. I don't know. Anyways, rent, right? Yesterday the rent control was at hostels at the University of Ghana, and this is what the rent control boss, the commissioner, right, Frederick Opoku, had to tell journalists after visiting a number of the hostels. People are paying 10,000 cedis and what have you. I'll come to you guys on how much you paid because I wasn't in a hostel. But here's Frederick Opoku in his own words after visiting a number of university hostels yesterday.
Do you know what? We've come very nice. I am saying, I'm asking a simple question. Is it a private hostel or is it public? Let me move my way. Simple question. Private or public? Was. So you are here and you don't know whether it's a public or private. And you are employee here.
My brother.
Do you know what?
Listen.
Do you know what? Come.
Come.
You say what?
I'm not the best. Okay, take your time. This is the Rent Commissioner of Ghana, and he's here in his capacity to check compliance currently. You are told the woman is in there.
Tell her, okay? Tell her whatever meeting she's involved in, we want to talk to her. Just tell her.
Try the Rent Commissioner himself is here. I have come up simple, come up. Now what am I doing?
Very soon, you are about to come and waste your time with this. So therefore, I will stand here on the campus. The institution Legon is not above any law. Okay?
What's it?
You are in this university does not make you any superior person. Okay? The fact that you are here on this campus will never make you any extra person. The university, you are charging 10,000, 20,000 per room, and you think that it's easy for a student to comply with. Come and let us talk. You say you won't talk. Okay, send the list is over there. Can you give me the list? Get me and you read the list.
Next week.
Yes.
Okay.
Come.
Okay.
Come and let's talk.
Okay.
Are you okay?
Okay.
But what I'm saying that you don't have any right to increase already.
For now. So
not for now. You have been making that mistake and increasing.
Okay. So now we are learning.
It's true, you are learning.
Yes.
I'm here to educate you.
You are right.
So you don't have any right whatsoever without talking to rent control.
Very well.
You must take your rent card.
Okay.
That every student here must be given a rent card.
Okay.
For 3,600 and 4,900. Wait. 3,600 plus in 4 in 1 room. Then 2 in 1 room. It's 4,900. I'm coming. At Prestige Hostel. It's big money. But I would want to understand how you got there.
Okay.
Now, I want to let you know you don't have any right whatsoever to even sit and increase your rent. Okay. It may be even be higher than what you are even charging. Based on what? But the point is, if you want to make an increment, the percentage that you added, how did you arrive at that?
Okay. Okay.
I'm told that here students pay their own electricity.
Yes, please.
So now taking the electricity, you are taking a whooping 4,000, 3,600, 4 in 1 room. And you are taking a whooping of 4,900, right? 2 in a room, which means almost about 10,000 or 9,000 and 9,800 or so for 2 in a room for a semester. So for 1 year, you are taking 20,000 cedis almost for that. No electricity added. So you don't have any right to do that. But because you are saying that you are now about to implement a new increment, and I've told you, tell management to suspend. So that if I come next time and I'm aware that you have made the increments, the consequences will be dire.
All right, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So that's the rent control boss. He subsequently, Frederick Opoku, he subsequently spoke to the media as to why all of this is happening. I want us to take a listen to him, and then we'll come in studio for quick thoughts as well.
I want to act. The President of the Republic of Ghana appointed me to make sure the law of the Republic works. If I'm not able to make it happen, then I'm of no use to the appointment. I become highly irrelevant for appointments. I'm not one of those who want to enjoy the juicy positions
3FM 92.7
and don't make the law work. I am saying, and I'm promising you today, I have been in office for the past 3 months.
And on a national television.
Yes, 3 months now. Today, I had a petition from the student body, and they made a lot of allegations. I'm here today, and what I saw is no different from what they are complaining. And I can see they have flouted the rules of the rent laws. And as I told you, I can promise you, I don't think that we need to use force on them, but we need to engage them. But after the engagement, and those who fail not to come, many of these hostels will be closed down, especially if you're not registered with the tourism authority. And if it is even fit for purpose to be called hostels. If not, there's a problem. Here, we are going to engage the tourism authority because they are the regulators, and they are responsible to ensure that hostels are fit for purpose. That is why they were given that mandate. I'm aware we are reviewing the rent law, and hostel management and everything will come under rent control fully. That one, we can take full responsibility. But today, I'm here to ensure that the way they increase their rent is in line with the rules of the game, according to the rent law. You cannot increase rent without the application to rent control. Landlord must also not take advantage of the shortage of the system to dupe, steal, and exploit people like what the hostel people are doing. And that is outrageous. Especially, I'm scandalized to see what I'm seeing here. With that cubicles called hostels and duping, exploiting, and stealing, that is criminal. And I repeat, hostel people are perpetrating a criminality, the private hostels. For the 2 places I've gone, I'm here to move around, but I can draw a good conclusion after I have visited a quite number of them. 2 in a room, they're taking 10,000 Ghana cedis. Now, we don't understand the methods that they use in pricing. And the only institutions close with the authority and the power to see how prices are set is rent control department. That's why we are here.
3FM
and clearly they are running away from their evil deeds. That's unfortunate, number one. It's unfortunate. I don't know whether because it's on Legon campus, and I know Legon campus is also above the law. And we are aware there are private hostels also on these campuses. And the fact that there are private hostels here does not take them out of the rules of the game. Those who have outrageously increased their hostel pay will reverse it. They will reverse it. Because over the years, they believe that the law is not working. We will look at when it was established and the increment rates that they have come up to date. And you saw a room of 4-in-1. They pay 250 cedis a week for electricity, 200 cedis a month, and they are paying 4,800 cedis. And I don't think it's going to be about 10 feet, 10 by 6 feet, and that's where 4 people are living, and that is unfair. That is not right. I believe that we need to engage them further. As I said, I did not come to humiliate anybody here today, but I came to ascertain the situation on the ground. But I think what I found at Supreme First Hostel, and I'm asking them if they are even registered with.
So that's Frederick Opoku. He is the rent control commissioner speaking there. We put up a question on Facebook as well, asking students how much they paid for their hostel facilities. And a number of them as well shared thoughts as to how much they pay. We're going to share that as well with you. 7,000, someone says 7,000 per academic year. They increase it every year. Dominic Opon Acoustic, 15,000.
3FM 92.7.
Acoustic says 15,000. Someone says 5.5K UCC. That's for the semester or for the year? I think it's for the year. And when they vacate, you have to leave the hostel immediately. That's the part that kills me all the time.
They will come around to sack you.
No, I want to see the other one before National Union of. Okay, it didn't add anything. 5,000 cedis at USTED. A friend is paying 10,000. Someone Starlet Kofi says 6K plus. I pay about 6.5K to 7K a year. Solomon Kwabla Ufori. 8,000 cedis at USTED Kumasi campus. Tan or so for an academic year. 8,000 cedis for an academic year. 6.5K at UMAT Takwa. Someone says Desmond Sukut GH. He says he was paying 350 cedis in 2013. 4,700 Annex Poly Hostel. I don't know where that is, but when I started school in 2021, my hostel fee was 1,800, and during my final year, which was 2024, I paid 5,000 cedis. Now I'm renting a room for my master's instead of a hostel. It's far better. I went to ask for a hostel and it was 10,000 cedis because they have a jacuzzi in it. What is a student doing with a jacuzzi that you be charging 10,000 cedis? 6,500 for the academic year, first and second semesters at UCC, Kwesi Pra. And I paid 3,500 at West End Hostel when I was in KNUST a few years ago. It was four in a room with an en-suite washroom and a big balcony which served as our kitchen area with our own meter. The room was big and we didn't share any amenities with other rooms, he says. The fee was for the whole academic year, 2 semesters, another semester by semester fees that hostels in University of Ghana are charging. So, Wisdom and I'll come to you. Is it, so some of these amounts, right, is it for the entire year or there are some who do semester specific, and what is it like?
Yeah, you see, I'll talk for Eugene because I went to Eugene. What we have is that we have an amount for a year, but they have a payment plan that for the first semester you can pay maybe 50% or 60% of the entire year's hostel fees, right? Then the second semester you add the rest before the year ends. So you have 2 semesters to pay for 1 year hostel fees. Okay, but when you come up to the determination of the price, Mawuena, you are in an open market economy.
You hold it there, and
Yes. Yeah. So I mean, even the process to get a room is in Lagos.
Someone has to know somebody before you get a room.
So I mean, I think at that point you're also very eager to secure a place to put your head. So you would want to settle for the ones that are available.
What are the high bandwidths that students pay for hostels? I'm seeing 10,000 cedis. I'm seeing 7,000 cedis. Does it go higher?
Yeah.
Yes.
One in a room can go to maybe 27,000.
35,000.
35,000. Yes. Okay. 35,000.
Yes.
You are paying 35,000.
So let me explain. So in University of Ghana, well, the last academic pricing for the whole
3FM 92.7.
Yeah, well, they say they have refurbished some of the rooms, so they now name it as a self-contained. Yes, that it comes with an AC. It's just one bed, so instead of one in a room, so it's a much bigger space. It has your own bed, your AC, a fridge. So that's how they're selling it. Then the prices subsequently reduces to a much smaller room, but still one bed, your, what is it called? The fridge, AC. Then you have the ones without the AC. So it comes down. So as the prices reduces, your amenities are also reducing.
Into the microphone.
The amenities are also reducing. So if you're pricing it for, let's say, 35,000, that means probably you're getting an AC, a fridge, a bigger room. So for what I understood was that if it was a 2 in a room, they would have converted a 2 in a room now to a 1 in a room. So that's a much bigger.
Charge higher.
Exactly.
But I mean, privacy and all. I genuinely ask, and Sixtus is here. I genuinely ask, what is the motivation to? And I mean, this from a very layman's perspective. It's not about money or anything, but what is the genuine appreciation of paying up to 35,000 cedis for a room for a year when your academic tuition can divide that about nearly 10 times? I genuinely ask, is it for want of excessive comfort or what? How are we like
3FM 92.7?
How are we normally Noble Crosby and oh my goodness, how are we normally how are we countenancing an argument that someone or a young student should walk into a room where they charge 35,000 cedis for a year? I want to appreciate and understand how that is should be normal or is normal, must be normal. Maybe like some people can share thoughts with me as well as to that.
So before was becoming, I've just seen the 2024-2025 academic year for the Ghana Hostel Limited. That is pence for 1 in a room with AC big new pence, 27,769 Ghana cedis.
Yeah,
1 in a room with AC small, 22,870. 1 in a room without AC, 18,958 Ghana cedis. 2 in a room with AC new pence, 12,000. Then we have the 4 in a rooms in old pence, 6,000. Then for the international student, 1 in a room with AC, new pence, 35,320 Ghana cedis. 1 in a room without AC, 27,320 cedis. So you see,
the international
big,
student,
small,
you are melting the dollars, so
that one.
they are charging
so
them.
Big with AC, small.
No,
with
I'm not
AC.
justifying it. I'm just saying they are melting dollars, so they've hiked it even further. That's all I mean.
So the size, the amenities they are providing you, and the place. So we have old pens, we have new pens. They are selling all these form part of the factors for the pricing.
How much is land at Ashalaja? How much is land?
This is gonna be he's processing the amount and
27,500
in a year.
That's
no, not in a year. In 8 months, 7 to 8 months. The academic year is 7 to 8 months.
And you vacate the place.
Yes.
This is
2025, 2026 academic year.
40,000.
This present academic year, right?
1 room with AC, new pens.
So wait, when you pay, when you pay this,
40,000.
do you still pay electricity bills, or they take care of electricity bills?
In the voice, it's mentioned.
Okay,
but the voice that you play.
No, some of the hostels, I don't think rent control went to somewhere like Pent.
So where were they?
They were at Vikings. I'm seeing Supreme First Hostel and some others.
And Vikings is owned by, if I'm not mistaken, by the old
students.
Old students. Vikings are Saba. Yeah. So the Saba alumni.
They put that
facility
together.
and it took quite a number of years to put up that facility, and it was in response to solving growing accommodation
which
problems,
has always been
with
there
with the University of Ghana. So if you put up a facility to solve a problem, and the people cannot afford that facility, did we go or did we come?
Because
what
I'm
have we
seeing
done to
40,000 cedis for 1 in a room with AC.
40,000 cedis. You see, I have, and one of the people who commented, I think brought up that angle. I've always encouraged students to go into the nearby communities.
3FM
If you are at Legon,
92.7.
go into Oponglo, go to Baoleshi, the Meteo area, Mimpasem. You go to
Kunzo has a lot to say on this. He says the Supreme Hostel is at Oponglo and they charge crazy as well.
I know that road, that one is just by the road and it's a new facility. So in some of the instances, you may want to understand that the person has put up a facility. The person wants to recoup what they spend. The costs of production, the person at least wants to recoup it within a certain period. Even that, and Wisdom was about to angry me with the free market analysis.
Yeah, I mean,
he was about to angry me. Look, the cost of education, and I think it came up, Mawuena, you were the one who spoke about the cost of tuition. There's a reason government has an intervention in the cost of tuition, so that people are not deprived of education just because they don't have enough to pay for it. And we can say that you must not be a boarder, you can live in your house. Yes, that is true. But not all of us are from Accra. Not all of us have relatives in Accra.
Yeah, from far.
I met some.
Not
to
came
cut you,
into the
Sixtus.
University of Ghana.
Exactly. From
Wa. And I recall, it in my mind, when we're coming, my mind, I was coming to walk into a host. I was allocated. My admission letter had indicated I had been assigned to Legon Hall, and so in my mind, I'm just coming to
breeze. You are breezing
Put
through.
your stuff in your locker. And
Nobody warned me that I was going to join a queue, stand in that queue for 2 weeks before I can go through my academic registration and my residential registration. Nobody warned me.
So where were you? Where were you in those 2 weeks?
Luckily for me, I was in the bus with a friend. You know, after SS, we decided to go and teach, to gather
Take a
small.
little-
Yes. And a friend, Jonathan, a friend I made through that. We're in the bus together. He had an uncle, still has an uncle lecturing at the University of Ghana. So we're conversing. Jonathan was with the big sister, and I was the fresher. Jonathan had been coming. He was very familiar with the University of Ghana because of the uncle. He had been coming and all of that. Me, the only time I ever went to University of Ghana was on an excursion. In the bus, the sister decided to ask me, so where are you going to sleep?
Out of curiosity.
Yes, out of curiosity. I confidently said Legon Hall. He said, yes, you have been assigned Legon Hall. And she was in level 400, 300 or 400. So she was very familiar with the system. Yes, you've been allocated. You've been assigned Legon Hall. You are a gentleman. Perfect. I clap for you. But for the next 1 month, you will not get a room in Legon Hall. So where will you be sleeping? That was why I started sweating.
So the chaos, from what you are saying, and you were in the university nearly 10 years ago. More than 10 years.
This
more
was
than 10 years.
2005, I think. Yeah.
That's
This was
20 years ago.
20 years ago.
Right.
That was
20 years
2005,
ago.
yeah.
And since then, the situation continues to persist.
It hasn't changed.
As much as we can talk about investment.
And we were even lucky. At that time, there was I think they had just changed to the in, out, out.
In.
Or the in, out, out, in, or in, out, out. No, in, out, out, in.
Yeah.
Because the concern was that freshers would come in,
And will struggle.
they
going
get
to-
stranded. And for those like me who were not familiar with the environment, they had a lot of difficulty. So the university came up with this brilliant idea. Yes, let's at least give priority to freshmen and women. Let's give priority to freshmen. And so that was the the consideration I was enjoying in Ponyo. Imagine
and even that it had to take you 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
I see.
The queue ran from the roundabout, BAM Library roundabout, went through the front of Legon Hall, zigzagged round Graduate Hostel, Annex C, came back through the same...
the queue to
BAM
get the hostel.
To get the place.
A room allocation.
Yes. Yes. Then...
So should I say
the
should I call
ICT
it a blessing that I wasn't in the hostel and I was moving from
the
home?
ICT block? What's the name? The ICT Directorate.
UGCS.
Yes. All of that is one queue. You stand in a queue, at a point you get lost. Like you don't know where you are. You don't know what position you are.
Oh, come on.
So at that moment, when the lady realized that Charlie, this boy is lost, she immediately called the uncle. Then they arranged Uncle Sally. God bless you so much. God bless you. God bless you. But for Jonathan and the sister and
you would have been
uncle,
sleeping on the streets,
and eventually to Uncle Sally, I would have been lost. So me, I was sleeping in the lecturer's bungalow. Then I'll call my friend with my yam and ask, "Do we have a room now?" Then he said, "Don't angry me." People were sleeping at the Potter's Lodge. People were sleeping under the trees, on the verandas.
Kunzo says he was
room.
sleeping in lecture halls.
In lecture halls.
Until he got a place. And even the amount used for patching.
Yes. A patching that is illegal.
Patching is illegal, but
you pay.
You pay to commit a crime.
And even the patcher has a patcher, so the patcher also go and bring another patcher. Those who have been at
so accommodation at
Frederick,
university.
Come. I think Kunzo has a lot.
He has a lot to say.
He says he was in a room that was supposed to take 8 people. It was taking 32 people. That is a prison-like situation which we have been complaining about.
My friend's own was just 16. We call them tea rooms. The legal occupants were supposed to be 8.
That would be common word.
The legal occupants were 8, but each legal occupant would have a patcher.
Oh, yeah.
The patcher would have a patcher. The floor would have patches.
So how
and
do
the
you
people
sleep? Like you
patching
sleep
on the
two
floor
on a mattress?
also have patches.
Like you sleep. So 2 persons will sleep on the mattress.
No, the goal is not to sleep. Yes. In fact, it had been joked that a lot of the first class came from Commonwealth Hall.
Oh, yes.
Because boys were not sleeping.
Yes.
You don't have a place to sleep,
Yeah.
so all you have to do is go to the reading room.
Yes.
And go and
Till
read.
daybreak.
Till daybreak. Then you just go and spray water on your armpit,
And
your
go
armpit
back.
and, go,
Yeah.
and straight to the lecture room.
Yeah.
So it had been joked that, in fact, it was a blessing for academic excellence. But it's accommodation at University of Ghana, KNUST. So far, UDS, the Takwa one, and the Sunyane one, UHAS. I'm not sure. No, UHAS is who?
Yeah,
the Sunyane one as well. UNE. I'm not sure they have such challenges. So it is good that rent control is moving into this. It's simply outrageous to charge somebody 27,000 cedis for 7 months.
40,000.
40,000 cedis for 7 months. Go and rent. You can, the same 40,000. You can rent with the same AC.
You have your own.
Even that one
To do the things you want to do.
Years. You can pay 2 years advance.
Hey, you guys said you want campus.
No, but I am hearing things I do not believe. 8 in a room becoming 32.
No, because you are your brother's keeper. So imagine my situation.
No, I
don't
understand.
know anybody.
And
then I may run into some old student from my former senior high school who will say, "Oh, you have come. Where are you? Okay, you there, come to my room. This come to my room. You are not going to sleep on a bed, though. And this come to my room. You are not the first person he has told to come to my room. He's just been a brother, trying to help a fellow old student, watch out for you."
Those are the good things about being a man. Yes.
You think there was no patching in Walter Hall?
No, I didn't say that. But women, well, it will be
difficult.
She will be giving you attitude.
Okay.
You feel like you've overstayed your
welcome.
Yes. After 1 week, she will start giving you attitude.
The same person who invited
you.
Wow.
So you see, I came without knowing any senior, without knowing any friend, no family member. I just got up from my village all the way from Kwaliko to the University of Ghana after I got admission.
Are you the first from your senior high school?
Yes.
Oh,
You're the first from your senior high school to make it to the University of Ghana.
So it's three things. The first from my community, the first from my family.
To come to Legon.
Wow. To go to the university.
To go to the university.
And the first from my senior high school.
Wow.
So this is someone who has no knowledge about how the school is. So my perception was how when you go to SHS, they will just allocate a room to you, then you move in. That was that perception that I had because I didn't have anyone to guide me. I just saw the porter. I said, okay, I don't want to sit in school. I don't want to sit in the house after school. My parents said, there's no money, so go for teacher training or nursing training. That's what we can afford. But something in me...
Which is actually the normal thing in a lot of our community.
So something in me kept saying no. I saw the University of Ghana flyer or something like that, and I said, no, I want to go to this school. So I started doing my own research. I'll take my mom's film or someone's phone and just go UG or University of Ghana. That curiosity led me to go to a cafe, ask the guy that, oh, Charlie, I want to apply to this school. Can you guide me? So he had to take me through what to expect, what to...
they didn't mention the hostel part.
Because he also didn't know.
Yeah, a cafe operator. You're a cafe operator in a place you've not applied for University of Ghana before. I mean, because nobody.
Yes.
You continue the tale.
So I applied, and unfortunately, my admission came the second day of the orientation. I actually went for the first day of the orientation. I had this belief in me that I would go to the University of Ghana. I don't know how or why, but I kept having this belief that no, I'm going to the University of Ghana. So I went to the orientation without getting admission first.
Prophecy.
And I went to ask the question.
University of Ghana orientation.
Yes.
Which they ran, I think, over a week or two.
Yes.
You went through the entire orientation.
Without an admission.
Charlie, registrar of the University of Ghana. My friend.
Confess something on
Let me start from the Pro VC. The Pro VC is my fellow parishioner. This young man deserves an award.
Oh, yes.
Yes. Because see, people gain admission, even with admission letters, they don't even go for the orientation.
I went to even ask a question about whether or not the admissions are over. I went to ask a question that, a friend of mine who has applied is waiting to see whether he will gain admission. And that was not a friend but myself. And the university answered that, admissions are not over. You can even get admission probably before the matriculation. So I have to tell my friend to relax. So that gave me the assurance that, I'll get, since I have passed my WESI, I'll get admission. Then I woke up the next morning preparing to come. That was when I got my notification that congratulations, your undergraduate application to the University of Ghana.
You still remember the words.
Because
it's a big deal.
It was a happy and a sad day. Because when I went to check my course, history, Chinese, linguistics, I called my parents that, my applications that I did, it has come true. They asked what course. I told them, they are illiterate. So they don't understand the course. So they had to go and ask people that,
what can you do?
What my son?
I know all too well about that.
People kept discouraging them that with this course, there's nothing you can do. They should. But my mom said no.
Come back home.
This is the first time at least someone from our family is going to the university. So let's let him go through. But the fees
became
another issue. So that day of getting admission,
I want to focus on the hostel part.
So when I came to the university,
you follow the story.
So when I came to Accra to stay with an uncle who just got married, and the wife's sister came. So we were about 4 of us in the room. I started coming to the University of Ghana. 2 days, 2 weeks, getting to a month, I felt uncomfortable because this is someone who just got married. We are in a single room. So what do I do? Yes.
Oh. Phil, stop misbehaving.
The man was determined.
So I decided to. I started searching.
Oh, come on. You guys should let him finish the story.
So I started searching for ways and means to probably come to the on campus and stay. And that's how come I got someone who posted on one of the WhatsApp pages that he's having a place for perching, which is 2,500 Ghana cedis. Yeah, someone who just paid 2,500 Ghana cedis.
For perching?
Then in 2019.
2005.
Yes, for perching. This is someone who just even struggled. I've not even finished paying all my school fees. And then I said, okay, you know what? I'll take it up. But then I'll give me installment plan so I can pay maybe by the time the year will end, I'll finish paying. The money on me actually on that day was 700 Ghana cedis. So I gave it to him. That okay, this is my first deposit. Then the others, I'll spread it. I'll spread it and pay. Then he told me to report that, or that was on a Thursday. And he told me to report on Sunday, so that he will take me to the room. I packed my things from my uncle's place with my clothes.
Yeah.
I came with a taxi. Got to Commonwealth Hall. I called him. He came down, helped me. I had to pay the guys who came to just pick my bag that I could carry myself.
But that one they were fleecing you.
So I got in, and when I entered the room, I was like, eh?
Is this where I'm supposed to be at?
This is for the 2005. Is this where I'm going to be at? Because I entered and there were so many people there. Their bags, their fridge, their whatever. Where's the space?
How big was the room? Was it big like this studio?
Oh, it's small.
No, I'm asking. I mean, genuinely. I didn't have the privilege of being.
And so each.
Can I use Cyril's
or the production.
Cyril's office.
Wow. That, as in Cyril's office, best describes.
Yes.
I'm struggling to, because people are listening, they don't know what Cyril's office looks like, and so I'm trying to.
So the room was supposed to take 8 people.
In fact, the right word Phil is using is a cubicle.
A cubicle.
But the room is actually designed for one person. Yeah.
No, so I was sent to the long room, which was supposed to take 8 people.
Oh, okay.
So each bed, like 4 beds for 8 people. But then
top down.
Yes. But then each person had 3 people, and then the floor.
The floor
where I was coming to sleep on.
Someone was
with a mattress. There was already someone there, so I had to join the person. No, so I had to join the guy. And Charlie, this is someone who go and play football, come back. Sometimes when there's no water,
he's listening.
He doesn't want to bath. I started questioning myself whether should I leave this university and just go back to my village, because what's all this?
But you stayed, you persevered, and 7 years old.
After being uncomfortable staying in the room, no, I couldn't pay the installment plan, so the guy came for the mattress. So I was sacked.
But where did he get the mattress?
You were sacked from the minute.
Yes. And that was when I started going to lecture halls, anywhere I could find convenient to sleep for the night.
With your staff?
No, my staff were still there. He only sacked me
for the mattress.
So I had to now look for a place to sleep. So I would just go to. The only time I could sleep better was during exams. People would call me, "Oh, come and teach me this." And I'll go and when I'm lecturing them, I'll just try to take them through the course. And I'll intentionally delay till midnight, and I'll tell them, "Oh, Charlie, they've locked my place, so I can't go in. So let me just sleep for the night, and tomorrow we are all going to write the same exam." That is how I will be able to sleep with someone for the night. Sleep by someone for the night. Otherwise, the entire semester, I have to go to JQB. And JQB too, they always lock it.
Yeah, JQB is always.
So I had to use I realized that there was two louvers
which were missing. So you sneak through it.
The university will now withdraw your
as much as we are laughing about this is
serious.
Until one day a security man caught me sneaking in.
And thought you were going to steal something.
And when I told him, he was like, "Huh?
We were just looking for a place to sleep."
And there are benches. It's hard.
But that's what you have to make do with.
No, with no pillow, with nothing.
So it's like the church
They are like your
pews.
typical church pews.
Yeah.
But these ones are harder. And they are arranged. Yes, very, very uncomfortable.
Wow. So
no,
we all have
but let
similar
me say that
stories.
I really want to
keep it for
appeal
another
to
day.
Yes, through the Pro VC Prof Awandare. I can't because it's my fellow parishioner. There's a lot happening at the University of Ghana.
Yeah, we have
that
to.
the university has to turn attention to. Well, to be honest, these are long
These are
stories.
and 2019 till now, there are people still
there
going
are people
through.
who are still going through these things. So the university really has to, and the university has to take a second look at the pricing for hostels, at least those within the immediate precincts of the university. They should be able to engage the hostel operators so that the outrageous pricing will come down.
I'm glad that the rent control is taking some action. Better late than never, right? Better late than never, because some of them are ludicrous in terms of the increments that we see. You see 5,000 CDs jumps and all of that.
No,
when
actually,
absolutely
there's an
nothing
automatic increment
every year. It's absolutely ludicrous. And I don't know how we've allowed this to. It's like we live in a country where everybody just does whatever they feel like doing until one day somebody wakes up and realizes
and it's
people are
because
misbehaving.
of these so-called free markets.
That was what I was arriving at.
We are taking advantage of people in the name of free markets,
demand and supply.
Demand and supply. I did my investment.
Somebody came
so
from
I have to
wherever, Upper West, Northeast,
it's not cool.
comes
it's
to
not
Accra
human.
for the first time,
And
is coming to the university.
The one somebody mentioned, the Supreme Hostel is just by the road, Okonglo stretch before I think Ekobanko. So a very new facility that they put
And
up.
they are charging crazy sums.
Charging crazy.
They
are renovating. So again, I have to repeat the call on the university.
3FM
Rally the hostel
92.7.
operators. Go into some discussions with them and try to get a hold of this.
Right.
Otherwise, people are suffering. But Mawuena, I want to say thank you to Professor Sanji of the University of Ghana, Professor Saleh of the university. These were the people who
held. I mean that. I don't know. Maybe we have to have a special conversation in relation to the
Fortunately,
hostels.
when I wanted to go and thank the security man who later gave me a student mattress to be sleeping in the JQB, I got to realize that he passed on. And that has been
it's
trying so hard to find the family and go and say thank you.
Yes.
May we continue to pray for him. But we'll do sports now. Ulrich Wampofu's been lurking in the shadows for some time. He'll join us in studio, do sports. We'll return with a big conversation for you and a bit more. But this hostel matter, I'm sure we'll have to revisit. We'll not revisit. We'll visit it again soon enough.
Hello, good morning, and welcome to the sports segment here on Sunrise on 3FM 92.7. My name is Oreku Ampofo. We start off with some updates from the Black Stars camp, where news coming in is that Hartlepool goalkeeper Benjamin Asare has been drafted into the squad ahead of the upcoming international friendly against Mexico. The 33-year-old shortstopper replaces Gideus Asiako in the squad and is expected to join the team for the match scheduled for Friday, May 22, 2026. Asare made his Ghana debut against Chad in March 2025 following consistent performances with his club Accra Hearts of Oak in the Ghana Premier League. He has since made 11 appearances for the national team, establishing himself as the number one for the country. We still stay with the Black Stars because former Ghana defender Daniel Opare says it will be difficult for the team to make it out of the group stages. Ghana is in Group L for the World Cup alongside Croatia, England and Panama.
You know, but these boys, they have talent. But sometimes talent is just not enough. You know, you have to add the discipline, you have to add the hard work, you have to focus. You know, there are some things that are not too important, but like I said, it's just the era. You know, we are living in a different world now that everything is on social media. Everybody want to show a little bit and all these kind of things. You know, they can enjoy their lives, but the main focus needs to be on the pitch. And I think that they can really do well if they want to. To be frank, I think we will suffer a little bit. That's the truth. Sometimes the truth needs to be spoken. You know. I love these boys. Like I love the, you know, but I think we've not gotten a team yet. Okay. We have the players, we have the talent, but we've not gotten a team yet. I think that's the problem.
So you're dreading the competition?
Yeah, I think they can. You know, if we are able to even get out from the group stage, you know, I think Ghanaians should be happy, because I think this is the time that we have to build the team around these boys. You know, because they are good players. I'm not going to take that away from them. You know, they have the talent to really, you know, go big, you know, but also I think they should sustain them for a while. Sometimes the changes is also too much, it's affecting the team.
Right.
You understand?
Yeah.
So when you change the players so much, this one comes today, tomorrow another one is in there, tomorrow, you know, sometimes we should just focus. If the player is doing good in his club and is playing for the Black Stars, we keep him.
That was former Ghana defender Daniel Opare. Elsewhere, let's move to women's football, where Ghana's under-20 women's team are vying to make the under-20 women's World Cup for an 8th successive time. The team lead 2-1 against Uganda from the first leg in Accra, placing them in a good position to qualify for the next round. Now, ahead of their game, head coach of the side, Charles Sampson, is confident his side will be able to secure qualification.
Oh, the message is they should still believe in us, they should keep us in prayers, and then we'll go and do our best, ultimate best, to make the whole nation proud and ourselves proud. Oh, I'm expecting us to get our ticket to Poland in Uganda, and when we come to the airport, I'm expecting an euphoria here, because the girls deserve that.
Well, that was the head coach of Ghana's under-20 women's team, Charles Sampson, speaking there. Now, let's move away from football and do some athletics here on Sunrise, where the African Athletics Championships is just a few days away and will be hosted here in Ghana. Team captain of Ghana, Joseph Paul, has expressed confidence in the team's ability to secure medals despite the mounting pressure. The event is scheduled to kickstart on May 12 at the University of Ghana Sports Stadium.
It's always nice to compete in front of the home crowd and the home crowd. The last time you all saw what happened, and we really like the support. We are very prepared, train hard, and we want to come out here and make sure we put smiles on Ghanaians' faces again. That's what we love to do, so we just continue. I'll say there's pressure, but we can only use it to motivate ourselves. If you let pressure break you, then you're in trouble. So go out there and try to use the pressure and everything and try to come out with some medals.
Let's do some more here, where on Tuesday, the La Liga Ghana Equality League was launched at the Accra City Hotel. The Ghana Equality League will run over 6 weeks across 6 match days, beginning in May 2026 in Accra. The competition will bring together teams from selected community hubs and schools, creating a structured and inspiring football environment for young girls. The initiative is designed to support low-income communities by providing access to equipment, structured competition, and leadership development opportunities. Beyond match play, participants will benefit from coaching education sessions and values-based workshops that strengthen confidence and life skills. Speaking on the initiative and the role of the media at the event was Tresor Penku, who is the managing director of La Liga Africa.
For us, it has always been a special region, a special country for us, and it was just natural that we launched the project here. Obviously, there's a lot of talent, but we wanted to be firstly mindful of the fact that we as La Liga have that power to use that instrument, that's football, first of all, to change lives. And for us, it was natural to be here in Ghana to give these opportunities to these young girls who start enjoying it from this weekend. Actually, the coaches program already started today. We've had people who came in from Spain to train female coaches. We have an ex-female player, a Liga player that's going to be here with us, landing in some days, and obviously launching the league this weekend here in Accra, and we are excited and looking forward to it.
To some more, where Ghana officially launched its Ghana House project for the Glasgow 2026 Commonwealth Games on Wednesday, May 6, 2026 in Accra. Ghana House will serve as the country's official hospitality, cultural and marketing hub in Scotland. It is designed to showcase Ghanaian fashion, food and trade opportunities while supporting athletes during the Games. Jan Pofuankra, who is the Director General of the National Sports Authority, says that this is what the initiative is about, and the impact that he's expecting to see with this once it takes place in the Commonwealth Games. We'll be getting you that voice of Yao pretty shortly. However, let's now head to Europe, where Manchester United winger Amad Diallo has admitted that he and his teammates are determined to help Bruno Fernandes break the Premier League assist record before the season ends. The Portuguese currently sits on 19 assists, just one shy of equaling the long-standing mark set by Thierry Henry more than 2 decades ago.
3FM 92.7.
Yeah, we have to help Bruno to break that record. Bruno is Bruno. You can't say nothing to Bruno. He's the player that is our dream to play. He's a big legend for me. He's been so good for the club since he's arrived here in 2020. Mm-hmm. And yeah, he's a big example, also big leader, big captain. He tries to help everyone, every young players who come to the first team. I remember when I come here in 2021, my English wasn't really good, but he tried to help me in Italian because he speaks Italian. So he was that guy who was doing traduction for me. So he's the guy that is available for everyone. And Bruno Fernandes is Bruno Fernandes as he's on the pitch, and this season everyone can see how good he is, and we have to help him as a team to break that record.
Well, that was Amad Diallo of Manchester United. United themselves would be in action later this weekend when they face Sunderland and away. In other fixtures, Liverpool host Chelsea as Manchester City take on Brentford, and Arsenal travel to West Ham. And then much later, City would also be in action against Crystal Palace in matchday 31, the rescheduled game as well. But let's do some more here. Before we go, let's touch on basketball, where Oklahoma City Thunder remained unbeaten in the NBA playoffs after beating Los Angeles Lakers 125-107 to take a 2-0 lead in the Western Conference semifinal on Thursday, May 7. The defending champions Thunder, who improved to a 6-0 in the postseason with another stellar display of all-round basketball, have never lost the playoff series after being 2-0 up. LeBron James and the Lakers were swept by Oklahoma City 4-0 during the regular season. Game 3 is on Saturday in Los Angeles. And also, by way of updates, the finals for the Europa League is set after Aston Villa beat Nottingham Forest by 4-0 in the second leg to win 4-1 on aggregate. And then Freiburg also came from behind to beat Braga by 3-1. And so, remember, they lost the first leg by 2-1. And so Freiburg reached the final 4-3 on aggregate. And then in the Conference League, it will be Crystal Palace versus Rayo Vallecano. That's all that we'll be doing here on the sports segment on Sunrise. My name is Ori Kwampafo, and Sunrise continues right after this break.
R2Bs. I'm just telling DJ Phil that I love R2Bs. Let me talk to you about EduPack, right? And this is a special attention to all parents of first-year SHS boarding students. EduPack, the Ghana Education Service approved and supported national SHS initiative implemented by Prospectus Ghana, is now in progress across the country. Parents are already registering so that their children's trunk, Macintosh mattresses and pillows, as well as plastic chalk boxes, will be ready and waiting at their school before reporting day. Do not delay and be caught in the usual last-minute market rush, carrying heavy items under pressure. With EduPack, your child does not need to travel to school with these 4 essential items. To register, simply dial *713 *821# or visit any ADB branch or go to www.edupackgh.com. Make payment, keep your receipt, and present it on opening day to collect all your child's EduPack items.
In my trousers, imagine a concept. It be concept and say that you one step from my converse.
Your EduPack registration follows you to any SHS you're placed in.
One Ghana for your pocket.
Avoid the stress, avoid the rush. Prepare with confidence. All at a very affordable price. EduPack, approved and supported by the GES. For a bit more in terms of details, call them on 050 060 0607 or 0302 955 050. EduPack, no stress, no wahala. Sports complex Legon will become the battleground where Africa's finest champions go head-to-head in thrilling track and field competition. Global superstars Beatrice Chebet, Faith Kipyojin, Toby Amason, a host of others, alongside Ghana's own sprint stars Benjamin Azamati, Abdul Rashid Saminu, Joe Paul, and a host of others. This is speed, this is power, this is pride, and it is Africa competing at its highest level. The 24th Senior African Athletics Championship. Feel the heat. Champions within Africa. It's powered by the Ministry of Sports and Recreation, the Confederation of African Athletics, and the Ghana Athletics Association. So be there from the 12th to the 17th of May. Feel it live, witness history, and feel the heat. I'm looking forward to the 4x100 and then the 100 meters as well. We're getting ready to get into our big conversations this morning. Joining me in studio, Fad Osman is a member of the NPP National Communications team. Emmanuel Kuting is the Executive Director of the Africa Center for Security and Counter-Terrorism. Dr. Thomas Anaba will join us in studio as well. And then the Deputy Director of Communications for the United Party will join us. Dr. Thomas Anaba is a member of Parliament for Garu on the ticket of the NDC and also a member of the Health Committee of Parliament. We're talking the details from that committee report which looked into the death of Charles Emisa. Then the Abdul Hanan case. I am yet to pick report as to whether or not he's been released. Then we'll talk briefly about BC education. Maybe I'll pick their thoughts as well on this hostel matters, but as for the hostel conversation, we'll come back to it again.
Sunrise on 3FM.
Them say life is sweeter than, but you for take it easy and make you know the rush and blow your meter on. Just get your hustle on. Then be fly you day for long. Use your head and use your hand. Don't you envy brother man. After all we all be one. No hey. Don't keep doing what you doing and don't watch nobody. Now who you for listen to me, Baba God Mankind go give you story, but in the end they go leave you lonely. So make your own story, yeah. Wallahi, baby I'm a Durunu Bankoma. I keep moving on, I'm a soldier. I never lose the title, I'm a holder, yeah. Wallahi, baby I'm a Durunu Bankoma. I keep moving on, I'm a soldier. I never lose the title, I'm a holder.
Winners don't quit, cause quitters don't win. God forgive us, save us from sin. Bless us with success and a couple of things, and protect us who well know the trouble it brings. Words won't break us, words will make us. Words will take us with some fear haters. Yeah, cause we got game like the Lakers. I spit raw naked. I think life is like the video and whiskey. While from the ghetto, the alpha, a rich kid. By the boat running your game at the stakes. When you dream big like the big sis. M.O.B. money over M.O.B. money over bridges. M.O.B. McDonald's over Burger King and spend the rest of your life trying to lose digits. Okay. Bosses they chill with a drink rosé, like play with a drink J3. Life is short like me. Weather, bring the storm with me. Weather, cause we got cheese, mo, cheddar, R2B, so be and get that, Dano, be and get that.
Wallahi, baby I'm a Durunu Bankoma. I keep moving.
At the slightest chance, the wicked mixes he's doing on a Friday morning. Small chance you give him, and he's wanting to turn the entire place into a party.
We know the fear wanna, they know the see say we no be in for that. Wanna, them all are informant, Kalika, if I the dance and the just manica, okay we be caterpillar. You go see one day we go 10 to killer, 10 to killer.
Right now, for you here in the studio, my guests are filing in and we can begin the conversations, and perhaps I'll pick initial thoughts as well on this hostel matter. But let's get into the big conversations right now.
The big conversation on 3FM Sunrise. The big conversation on 3FM Sunrise. The big conversation on 3FM Sunrise.
Emmanuel Kuting is the executive director of the Africa Center for Security and Counterterrorism. He's a regular with us here on the show on a Friday. He's joined us in studio this morning. Mr. Kuting, good morning to you. I trust at all as well.
Mawuena, good morning, and thanks for having me. Very good morning to your production team and all the good people of sacrificing their lives at TV3 or media genre.
I like the way you like to describe it as sacrifice.
Yes, it's indeed a sacrifice. And to our dear listeners,
absolutely,
we actually need to be thankful. They are the very reasons we get strength every day to come here. We pray the discussion will be constructive. At the end of the day, it's Mother Ghana that wins, not any individual set of political agendas at all. It's Mother Ghana.
Absolutely, absolutely. Also in studio with us this morning is Fad Osman. He's a member of the NPP National Communications team. Fad, good morning to you. I trust at all as well.
Good morning, my brother. I'm doing very well. I'm doing very well. Oh, it's a Friday, right? And I believe there are a lot of issues to discuss this morning. But first, let me say good morning to a brother listening to us. He just sent me a message after you introduced
the list. A number of individuals were listening.
So you just send me a message. Dr. Norbert, wherever you are, I know it's Friday. And you know, tonight we'll be meeting somewhere to celebrate a colleague who successfully defended his PhD yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Which is Prince. So let me use the opportunity to congratulate him. I did mine 3 weeks ago, so I'm
successfully defended your
my PhD 3 weeks ago, so I'm old in the space. So let me use the opportunity to congratulate Prince, who did his own yesterday, a very good brother. Dr. Norbert, he's our senior. We were a year group, but he had the opportunity to graduate before. So let me use the opportunity to congratulate all of them and also say that tonight we'll be meeting up to celebrate our brother Prince for the success.
We should have added, so as you have said, Dr. Fad Osman.
Well, GTech has a condition that if you're not officially graduated yet, you are not allowed to use the title.
So next year's convocation.
No, hopefully July. That'll be next 2 months. I'll be graduating next 2 months.
Fantastic. Yeah. Congratulations to yourself as well.
Thank you very much.
We have a list of items we're supposed to be having a conversation on, but this morning we've been talking about hostels, the hostel systems at our university, and a number of people shared stories. I mean, one of our producers, Frederick Kunzo Tiani, was sharing a story as to sleeping in classrooms all throughout first year because he came from Kunzo, Northeast region, right? Upper East, all the way to Accra, had no idea as to the hostel facilities and the system that they operate, and he had it rough sleeping in, so he had to be going through louver blades to go and be sleeping in JQB and all of that. This thing has persisted for a very long time. Now we're seeing the rent control taking some efforts to stop the hostel managers or the facility managers from charging exorbitant fees and all of that. I mean, just quick thoughts, because it's not a subject matter, and why this continues to persist, because some of the stories and the amounts being charged completely ludicrous in my view. I'll start with you, Mr. Kutin, then I'll come to soon to be Doc.
Thank you very much for having me. It's a very interesting conversation, and I think it couldn't have come at a better time. If you look at Ghana as a country, we have a lot of deficits when it comes to housing. And the most critical aspect is what Kunzu raised. He's not alone, but I think Kunzu ought to be celebrated. I even understand he's the first from his family.
Yeah, his village, his school. He was the first to make it to the university.
If you look at the Western universities, when they are giving admissions, they prioritize some of these demographics. If you are the first generation of you entering university, they give that premium. So people like Kunzu should really be encouraged and given other opportunities. And when I say other opportunities, I know that at media genre, it's a competition of ideas and who can do what best and who cannot do what best. You understand? By given the special circumstances and where he has he came from, through sleeping rough in the hostels and those things to get to where he is in the classroom, I think that he ought to be celebrated. Look, Mawuena, some of us have gone through the same thing, and let me share this personal experience. Sometimes people look at us and think that we come from very rich background. No. My father was a teacher. My mom hadn't even been to school. And I stated here before, I got the opportunity to wear slippers when I got admission to secondary school. And even then, you know the conflict, the Nanumba, the unfortunate conflict, and sometimes we security people say that sometimes conflict is good. It unites people. Until that conflict happened, we Kunkumbes, Nanumbes, and the Gumbes never really held together like we are holding now. We have all seen the fault lines, and we realize that we are better together as one than fighting one another. Look, I had to navigate through 3-4 secondary schools. When the conflict happened in Tamale, I was taken to Navrungo and Notre Dame with a set of other students. And you can imagine, I can't pass through Tamale to Bolga to Navrungo. I have to come through Accra to Wa and pass through the Hamley side to Upper East. So we were then made choices whether they want to come to Xavier. And that was why I opted to come to Xavier. And still, I had to come through Accra. Those were the days of OSA. You remember? I would spend 3 days. Then, fortunately, on my side, my uncle was a judge in Pando. And then he was able to get me admission Bishop Herman. And I had to move from Xavier to Bishop Herman. So my colleagues went 2 years ahead of me. So he's not alone. And look at destiny. When I finished Bishop Herman, because I don't like to farm, I ran to Accra. I didn't know anybody in Accra. I became a houseboy. I deceived somebody that was an orphan, a Nigerian couple, and they took me in as a houseboy. In fact, what I went through there, I vowed that I would never treat my fellow human being the way I was treated. Until I left there and did another houseboy job on the Spinters. The couples are still there at the 18th junction. Then I was teaching their children. Then the woman would say, this boy, you teach my children, they go and get all the marks. Who are you? I was not also prepared to disclose my identity to these people until my results came and I just left home. And I had qualified to go to tertiary institution. When I went home, my father named me the prodigal son because they didn't know where I am. And that has opened many opportunities through this diversity that I am sitting where I'm sitting today. You understand? So when I went to school, I was already exposed to the dangers of life. So I went to student leadership role, became the JUNUS president, and at the national level, I became the international relations officer and had the opportunity to travel to the United Kingdom to pursue further education at Leicester Uni. So we have all gone through that life trajectory. And I'm just sharing to encourage Konzo that God has only given him that opportunity to handle him and prepare him for other opportunities ahead. But government, as a matter of policy, must averse its minds to our housing deficit at our tertiary education level. Look, my children at Legon, I had to pay close to 40,000 for pent for them to be there a year. How is that even imaginable?
40,000.
40,000 pence.
These are the room prices.
Room prices.
40,000 for one in a room. 24,000.
No, 24 I paid because I paid 2 in a room because there are 2, and one is at Legon Hall. He got Legon Hall, but those who didn't get the mainstream and we were late, and all the accommodations were full, and I didn't want these children to study from the house. Otherwise, they would be lazy. So it was not a luxury, you understand. It was contingency plans I had to make because of what I went through. I didn't want any of my children to go through the same thing. So Konzo, I encourage you. Your story is touching. It is only preparing you for greatness.
Absolutely.
And be prepared in your mind that there are an assignment God is preparing you for. It doesn't matter whether you are from Upper East or you are from Western region or you are from Volta region. If God wants to use you, those protocols are broken. So I share in your story.
Many thanks. Fad, I'll come to you as well, but let me say as well that Dr. Thomas Anaba has joined us in studio as well. Doc, good morning to you. I trust that's all as well.
Good morning to you. Good morning to my co-panelists and viewers and listeners.
Right. I'm just making quick thoughts on hostels because we were discussing hostels this morning and the challenges. So far, I'll come to you on quick thoughts on that as well, and then maybe Doc will also share a few views before we zoom into the conversations for today.
I think I'm in this environment already. I'm just coming from University of Ghana, and I'm a living experience. I have the lived experience of it on campus, and I think it's just like my senior brother said, there is a challenge with our supply and demand when it comes to accommodation. Not to even talk of the university alone. It's a general problem. But I believe government can take up some initiatives. I think what we've got into, yes, we have private individuals coming up to provide some support in the way of hostel facilities. But very often, how to regulate them becomes a problem. So you can end up seeing all these charges.
Exorbitant fees.
It's too high. It's too high. I've paid some before, so I know how it feels. It's too high. I think what we've got into, education cannot be that expensive. If we do admit that education is no more a privilege, which is a right, I think we should do everything in our power to take away all these bottlenecks. Because if somebody is coming from Kumasi, coming from Upper West, Upper East, and he gets admission to Legon, and he has to travel to Accra to come and find an accommodation, and the cost of accommodation alone, look at the fees, the accommodation alone, for a year. It's more than the 4-year fees he's going to pay at the university level. So imagine such people will come to Accra and have to struggle and go and look for other accommodations, either private or individual accommodations. And there's the problem. Transportation systems in Accra, very bad. So if you have a class at 7 a.m., this person has to leave home at 5 a.m., travel all the way to wherever the university campus is, attend lectures, close around 5, 7, go through the traffic, look at the traffic, goes through and get back to the accommodation wherever he's living. So this person gets home already exhausted and tired. How do you expect such a student to even have that kind of comfort to learn? So I believe it's a bigger problem. We need to deal with every part of it as a nation. Government has to quickly step in, open it up, get private individuals and private institutions to have this government partnership arrangement with them. Let them build a lot of hostel facilities. Put in place proper accommodation transport systems, which can transport them from their various accommodations to the university campuses to reduce all these challenges. If not, my brother, there are people who are still home, can't attend tertiary education because of these charges.
Someone is sharing a message that some of them wouldn't have been able to go through the university considering the prevailing hostel fees.
Seriously. It's a lived experience I have gone through. First year PhD, I had a similar challenge. I came from Kumasi. I'm not an Accra boy. I came from Kumasi to just come do 1-2 staffs. Then I decided to do PhD at the University of Ghana. First year, I felt the heat. So I had to go and look for other private accommodation elsewhere. You get the point. So I believe with my options, I had options. I had to go and look for other accommodations. There are others who do not have these options. And I think it is denying them access to education. It is making education a privilege for the few in society who can afford, which I think we should not be having these discussions. Government, respectfully, government, we're pleading with you. We know you have a lot on your table to handle. But what we're heading towards with this kind of accommodation fees, and sometimes if you look at the unfair allocation of accommodation, you go early, you struggle to get. Somebody comes late, the person gets accommodation through friends, and there are a whole lot of issues surrounding all these university accommodations. I think if we're able to open it up and we have enough supply, the challenge and the demand for it will be dealt with, and I believe it is going to reduce the cost involved. I believe this will help us in that regard. If not, we'll come back next year, this thing will still be there. The numbers of students being admitted on a year-on-year basis keeps increasing. And as a result of that, it's going to increase the demand for the accommodation. I believe if we can have a correlation between the two, it will help reduce some of these problems, and it will also help at least grant access to every Ghanaian student who qualifies to acquire tertiary education, not to leave anybody behind, because we are developing as a country. If we are not careful and this becomes a problem to leave people behind, trust me, just like you gave a live experience, he had to go through all these difficulties. He had the thick skin to do. Trust me. Not everybody can do that. To tell somebody to go and sleep in the lecture hall at night so he can attend the lectures the following morning, to go and bath in a public washroom down there so he can quickly attend lectures. No, not everybody can do that. And it will become a problem for such people. And trust me, if people begins to have a feel that their country has failed them, their nation has failed them, that is the beginning of all these negativities we see in our society.
Right.
But at that point, he sees himself that I have been left out of the country, my country has nothing to offer me. And these such people, trust me, if they meet you at night, anywhere in Accra or anywhere in this country, trust me, they will never hesitate to do anything to you and pick your mobile phone from you. This is some of the issues that lead to all these things we witness today in society. So I think we should do something about it as a nation.
Right.
This is not politics. We should all together as a country come together. Private business people, we are begging you. We know your motive is profit making.
But no excessive profit.
We beg them. In economics, we call it abnormal profits. We beg you, private business people. We know when the demand comes up, you adjust your prices. Respectfully, we are building a country with education. We should contribute some quota of our profit into helping deal with these problems. I believe we all have a responsibility to play in this regard.
Absolutely, absolutely. Soon to be doc by July, I'm sure we will celebrate FAD as well as a doctor. But a doctor is on to his left. Dr. Thomas Anaba, who's the member of Parliament for Garo as well. Doc, just brief thoughts, because I'll come to you heavy on the reports by the committee. Just quick thoughts on the hostel situation. Now we are seeing the rent control trying to step in and prevent the private facility managers from the exorbitant increases that they hike these hostels by. Better late than never, some say.
When I heard the story, I just I tried to analyze why students call me all the time, even before I became MP, to support them to pay rent in hospital. It was mind-boggling. I don't think anybody from Garu, let me say, will be able to pay fees in Legon to study there. It means that they've just cut off people from Garu. Unless you get government facility to stay there, it means that you can never study in Legon. I think it's too much. But you see, I want to look at it from a different perspective.
Right.
And it may sound weird. I look at it to be the cause of our problems, our universities, to be the cause of our problems in this country. Legon, the mighty Legon, don't have strategies who can develop a proposal, approach SNIT, approach insurance companies to get money, to put up hostels and be able to pay back the money. To me, it's a shame.
An indictment on the university.
To me, yes. They are the ones who teach all those actuarial scientists and all those things, all those top-notch business people in the country, that themselves cannot sit down to develop a proposal. SNIT has a lot of money that they can use to build hostel facility to eat. Look, Algeria, there's a university that has accommodation for 25,000 people. Where did they get the money? Internally. UK pensions money, where does it go? In BP. Pension money goes into BP, British Petroleum.
Yeah.
What is our pension money doing that our universities, we don't have accommodation, cheap accommodation for our students? That we have top-notch professors, excuse me, sorry, but it pains me that our biggest university, our topmost university in this country, cannot develop a strategy, a winnable, let me see, an implementable proposal
to any financial institution to flood the university with hostels, very beautiful ones, so that people can pay it at a minimum cost to be able to learn comfortably. I'll blame the university. I don't blame those who have used their own money to go and build facilities there and they are taking money. I blame the university and the leadership of the university. We are doing masters in this, PhD in this. And all of them are, most of them are humanities, business, people come out to manage big businesses. Most of those managing the banks and insurance companies in this country
have one certificate or the other.
Where did they come from? That the university cannot come out with this? They should give me the chance. I'll get people to put up a proposal and we'll approach those institutions. Why? They have made they are punishing the students. I would say the management of the universities are those punishing the students. It's not government, it's not the private people. They have failed in organizing, ensuring that the universities have accommodation. You go abroad, and the universities all have accommodation, and people, they get in private people to build the hostels, just like they are doing here. But the university must be a backup. Say, we'll guarantee students going there. They will work at the cost of putting up the building and tell you, okay, this is what you can make in a year from this number of students. You can use 10 years to recoup your money. So the investment should be a 10-year investment plan. Why can't you Legon do it? With all the professors we have.
And they control the prices.
I respect them, but they are failed in this aspect.
Yeah.
I think that's a fair analysis and one that we all around the table
I love the dynamics and where you came
from.
I
think we all can.
Wise, that's the way to go. In fact, I cannot comprehend that.
The demand is there.
And the interest in Lagos is just too much. People have brought proposals, but they are not interested. Somebody's cut must be met. You understand? If so far as I don't get to enjoy from it, will not happen. How can we live like that?
So it's still the management. If you want a cut before it's done, policy. Then the person will take his money away.
It's policy. I think the education ministry needs to kind of do some intervention at public tertiary institutions and do PP arrangement with private institutions or the SNIT like we are talking about. SNIT indeed has a lot of money. And pensioners' funds can even be guaranteed this kind of investment. Because these are investment in perpetuity.
There will always be students.
There will always be students.
You get hostel managers, you put a fee, the university sit down with them, put up a fee. Look, if you are taking this amount every year, this is what you can, this is when you can recover your money and recover your interest. Calculate everything. At the end, they can even build, operate, and transfer. They will get a hostel manager to be managing it and accruing money for the university. Why do we sit down and we are crying, the whole university crying for accommodation? Even, the one Ministry of Health to bring.
Even if you look at Mensa Saba Hall, I think the old students of Mensa Saba came together, put some resources and built a hostel.
Vikings.
But go to Vikings and see how much they are charging. They have commercialized it. Their intention should not be for profit per se, but to contribute in solving a social problem. And like you mentioned, if we don't resolve some of these things, it means that education will always be to the highest bidder. And those of us who come from underserved communities, it becomes practically impossible to think about some of these things.
Of us, but for Cuba and for their free way of doing things, Cuba, there's no university that hasn't got accommodation for all students.
You see?
And Cuba is even poorer than Ghana.
Even Cuba
is poorer than Ghana. We had accommodation for everybody has a bed, everybody has his corner, his locker, his bathroom to go and take a shower and study.
Even Cuba.
Yes. So I don't see what is wrong with us that the universities cannot come up with strategies, with plans, proposals to woo investors to come and build hostels for them, because it's a guaranteed business that you have the population. Students cannot even find hostels. The demand for it is very high. So you can put up and now reduce the costs to the barest minimum, at least to make your profit, because it must be done with some human touch, because you can't go and make it so expensive. The more you have the hostels and the students are there and they pay, you can recover your money in 10 years. I challenge the universities to do that.
You see that every year the numbers keep increasing. It has never been a year the number had gone down. It's always increasing. So the actuaries,
Yeah.
They should have even looked at these things, and somebody would have even come out to project work to advise the university that this and that and that.
Somebody can do his thesis on it, his PhD thesis on it, and implement it.
Implement it. So you see in this country,
it's a policy direction, right?
Like you said,
there's a central government that has to also influence policy.
Yeah.
So I think it's a very good call. Yeah. But I also believe if the ministry, that's Ministry of Education, who also lead such
university will tell you they're autonomous.
That's what I said.
They say government, they will even cry foul.
They should lead such initiatives with them. They can get them because sometimes ministry representing government coming in with the universities can also have a very common ground where they can all agree.
But we have university boards headed by seasoned people, councils.
Yes.
So I can't even understand this. You see, actually, and with the greatest of respect, I don't mean any malice at all. Look, Doc, have you observed that we are in education crisis as a continent? I mean, Africa. The generation that we are is not the certificate, it's the skills, the social cohesion. But we are interested in the certificates. So we have professors in engineering. When their cars break down on the way, they have to call
engineer.
Oh, no.
Engineer is not engineer.
When I'm talking about engineering, but we have mechanics. I'm talking about mechanical engineering. You see, look, you have just done your PhD. You see, in this country, we seem to revere people with titles too much. We must encourage practical skills.
Yeah.
That has been the bane of Africa. Look at China.
No,
they didn't
you know the reason why
with,
we don't pay based on productivity.
PhDs. How many Chinese do you hear them? Dr. So and so, Professor so and so. Look at the Chinese.
I agree perfectly.
Look at Finland.
Yes,
Look at Finland.
Right.
Look at the education model Finland and Rwanda adapted.
Yes.
Look at how it has
things just final comment.
See, the reason is that we don't pay based on productivity. We just pay because we are employed. If we are paying based on productivity, we employ people with skills.
Yes, it's a fair point. It's a fair point.
We pretend to be working, right?
And the government.
And then the government also pretends to be paying.
That was very.
It's a problem that we need to deal in as a society.
How will we deal with it when the workforce in itself will rise up against you when you want to begin to check
resistance to
productivity? But anyways, let's get into our main conversation right now, and we're starting off with that unfortunate incident which happened in February of this year, where Charles Emisa died as a result of a lack of no bed, because that's a description that's been put on it. The committee has done its work, led by Professor Bidu Akosa, and some individuals have been recommended for disciplinary action be taken against them. It's brought about a lot of conversation. The Ghana Medical Association yesterday said the nature in which the report was put out and the persons named has put targets on their back, and there's concern that they are already being attacked and receiving phone calls and threats and all of that. And Doc, I will come to you because you're the medical expert here, and I know before Parliament you led a civil society where I spoke to you a lot of the time on matters in relation to health here as well. In terms of the report, putting together all the concerns, there are those who say that if we look at the report, it's seeking to blame just the health professionals and leaves out the system and all of the challenges which exist. The committee presented a report to the health committee yesterday as well. What is your own assessment of the work that was done? Was it fair? Because the doctors say it's not been fair to them entirely.
Yeah, what I would say is that I think they were given terms of reference, and they worked based on the terms of reference.
Right.
They were given two main things to do. Identify what killed the young man, and identify what issues led to the death. After he had the accident, and they went through that. They didn't tell him to do a systemic review of everything, of the health system, and come and report to them. So if we are going to base on the terms of reference given to the committee by the minister, I think they did a very good job.
They've done the job.
They've done a good job. Right, that is what I would say. Because if you also look at the composition of the people who did the investigations, they are all top-notch doctors, led by a very formidable man of integrity. Prof. Akusa was once a GMA president, became the Ghana Health Service Director General. So GMA president means he has some affinity with doctors. Ghana Health Service Director General, it means he understands the regulations and the rules governing the service. He's a pathologist. No one is best diagnosing what caused death in this country than he himself. And he's a seasoned doctor, highly respected. He wouldn't put his reputation on the line. Likewise, the other doctors. I think everybody agrees to the findings. The only thing that they are complaining is that why didn't they blame the administration or the administrators or the system? But that was not contained in the terms of reference. So to me, it was a very beautiful work done. The complaints have come, a lot of complaints. GMA, I heard them saying that there must be facility liability. But you see, as a physician, and luckily I'm an emergency physician, an intensivist, and anesthesiologist. Okay. I happen to be part of the team that developed the Ministry of Health policy guidelines for accident and emergencies in Ghana in 2011.
Wow.
And it is very clear, and they base on a lot of literature, references to do their investigations, and they cited that document. You see, the emergencies have one duty, and the first duty of any emergency department in Ghana, a hospital that has been classified to receive emergency, one of its first duties is that anybody who arrives, there's one activity you must perform. Whatever be the case, you must perform that activity. That is what we call triaging. And triaging is just to have a look at the patient, feel him, and classify him as red, yellow, orange, green, or black. And why do we have to classify? To see whether you are to attend to him immediately or you can postpone the treatment. And this is where the problem is. Whether the facility had beds, had a laboratory, had a theater, had whatever, triage can be carried out without those facilities. That is why I want to calm my colleague doctors. I understand. I may be talking, people may think I don't like my colleague doctors, but let's face the facts, because we want people to learn, then tomorrow we don't repeat the same mistakes. And at least incur the wrath of the public like we are doing now. To do triage, you actually don't need anything in the emergency. You just need your stethoscope. And mostly it is nurses who do it. They look at the patient, how he walks in, whether he came on a wheelchair, whether he came on a stretcher, whether he came, however he came, whether he's bleeding or not, then they can just take the BP, the temperature, to see whether he's stable. The BP, the heart rate, and the temperature. Those variables would allow you to classify the patient. This is the case. My colleague doctors and the nurses who were the first people to be called to see to the patient, none of them even went to see the patient when he arrived. Because when the ambulance arrived, he must tell the triage team or the doctors there that we brought a case. Then they roll him in. But the moment they get there, they met them and they say there's no bed. Take him back. Did you do the triage? The law is that, did somebody arrive at the emergency? Per the guidelines, did somebody arrive at the emergency? Yes. Did you do the triage? That's all. That's where Prof. Akosa and his team based on, and they said they were at fault. If it is that they went in to do the triage and say, look, okay, he's stable, we've stabilized him, his BP, we've improved it, we don't have a bed, take him to this hospital, we've called and connected. And you are the same doctors who are talking about this are complaining that there's no connectivity on calling other hospitals. then how do you reject the patient if you know that you can't call another hospital to assure that there's a bed or there's no bed before you send? The ambulance people's work is to bring the patient. That is a big systemic problem. And I acknowledge that we have a serious systemic problem when it comes to communication between hospitals, and we have human resource problems, we have infrastructure problems. But that notwithstanding, the procedure, the policy was devolved, taking into cognizance our conditions. Triaging can even be done at the emergency scene. When you get there you look at all those who have got the accident and save those who can survive first before you take, in terms of mass casualty, before you attempt those who are almost about to die. Yeah. It reverses. At the accident scene, you save those who can survive, many of those who can survive, and those who are almost dying, you leave them to go. But when it comes to at the emergency department in the hospital, you save the one who is most critical first before you touch those who are stable. So it happened that this accident involved only one person. They pick the person, they take the vital signs and bring him to the place. And they said their BP machine in the ambulance, it had a problem in getting to where he was lying to take the next BP. So throughout, they recorded only one blood pressure of the patient. 120. Yes. So if the doctors or the nurses at the 3 hospitals had attempted to assess the patients with their monitors or with their BP machine, and the doctors see the person bleeding, the first thing is to arrest the bleeding. What would you do? You triage the patients and rescue the bleeding. Then you can now refer or prepare. So to blame the system, yes, we can still blame the system, but the investigation was limited. The scope of the investigation was limited to what causes death and what led to the cause of the death. What probably led to the cause of the death is that there was no triage done on him and he was asked to move to another hospital, to another hospital, to another hospital. If triage was done, then they will be mandated by law to resuscitate him. They will be mandated by law to resuscitate him. Make sure that his vitals are stable. Make sure there's no more bleeding. If his conscience level is very bad, they try to improve it. And if you remember in his Prof. Akosa's presentation, he said that the ambulance team told them that, are you sure we can move this patient to the next hospital because he doesn't look good? But remember, the time that they spent from picking the patient to the other hospital, I think they did very well. And this would not allow you as an EMT to continuously be taking the BPs. Because from, let's say, Circle to police hospital, the time was too short that the person who was restless and struggling with 2 nurses trying to stabilize him, 2 EMTs trying to stabilize him in the ambulance to get to the hospital, it's going to be difficult for you to be continuously taking the BP. It is when you arrive at the hospital that they'll have the luxury with more staff coming in to be able to reassess him, do a reassessment. But if they are talking to you and you refuse, what do? They'll move to the next place. So to me, we have what we call professional liability, like they mentioned, and we have facility liability. Facility liability is when the professional does all the initial things, does all the initial work on the patient, resuscitate him, stabilize him, or is stabilizing him, and the facility cannot provide him the needed resources to continue stabilizing him. Yeah. That is where you blame the facility. But you have the professional liability at the emergency. Is that the first thing you have to do? Your first liability is to what? Assess the patient, categorize him, and see whether you should keep him for 30 minutes before you treat, keep him for 4 hours before you treat, or treat him immediately. That is where they failed. To be honest, I sympathize with them. I know people are giving them calls and then the rest, and they are not happy. But Ghanaians, please, let's also calm down small. All of us doctors, I've said it somewhere, there's no doctor in this world, when they did some research anonymously, tell us whether you've ever made a mistake in your life on a patient. That 98%, everybody made a mistake in his life before. We all make mistakes. Even here, you make mistakes sometimes, slip of tongue and other things, or you air some news which is not correct, and you have to apologize and the rest. We've all made mistakes. They might have made mistake, and we have seen it, but don't attack them. We want them to recover and be able to learn from their mistake to do the best. And this exposure is not to tarnish their image, it's to allow others to learn from it and know that the next time you see a patient in your hospital,
right,
even if you don't have bed, the hospital must develop a policy, which is the escalating policy, that when the emergency is full, who should be the next person to call to arrange for beds in the hospital? I think the military hospital has it. Yes, they have it. So that when the beds there are full, you are obliged to move patients from the emergency who can move to the ward. And the most serious challenge we have in our hospital is how patients stay long in the hospitals because of sometimes some few coins he can't pay. And you keep that person and the hospital is full. Somebody has road traffic accident, they treated him orthopedic surgery, now he can't pay, he can't leave, and he's keeping the bed. And somebody comes, they say no bed, and he dies. Meanwhile, somebody has come, you've treated, he can't pay, and he's keeping the bed. I say, call social welfare. The law allows it. Rich hospital, we did it a lot. Call social welfare to come and take that case, sit down with them, write an undertaking. Social welfare will follow them to pay the money small, and finish. So the next patient coming will get a bed to lie down. Why do you keep people in hospitals for very long because they can't pay bills and the rest? But thankfully now, I think the health insurance is doing well. They are not behind time. They are paying very well. In terms of payments. And if at all there is no bed to take patients, the law, the policy states that resuscitate him and ensure that he can get to the next hospital. Or you can even move a stable patient in your hospital and connect with another hospital, send him there, and keep the very bad one who cannot be transported again in your hospital.
Right.
So that is my position, and I think that the committee did a very good job, and no one should blame them. Calling the doctors and threatening them is not good, but also saying we shouldn't publish the names. I say that some doctors have also called from those to tell me that they are happy they published the name because they couldn't raise their heads in town. So it's a two-way affair. It's a two-way affair. People like it. Some doctors are calling and say, look, doc, now I'm relieved because anywhere I'm working, they say, oh, these are the doctors working at this hospital. We are not saying they are incompetent doctors. They only faulted ethically. To me, they faulted ethically. But competence, I don't doubt them.
That's the
so
question.
Ghanaians, those doctors are competent. Let's not let the ethical issue, we know it has led to the death of somebody, my sympathy to the family. Let's not use that one, at least, to destroy them completely. Let's appreciate them and try to see how we can bring them back on board so that in future they will keep saving more patients. They will learn from the mistake they have done. And management, look, managements in hospitals should sit up.
I'll come back to the recommendations as to it all, but Ebo's joined us in studio as well. He's a deputy communications officer of the UP. I'll pick his thoughts, then I'll come to us quickly because some of us we've been speaking already before he came in. So, Ebo, quickly on this issue as well, and what you've made of the report and the conversation surrounding it.
I think let me say this, that we need to look beyond this case. In fact, our discussion should not center on this case, because recently a pregnant woman also died at Kaswa for the same lack of bed issue, which means it's a broader, issue. So that is how we need to look at it, even though we are going to start from the reports from the committee. Because, yes, Doc was talking about the fact that this one is more of the people not doing, the doctors or the professionals not doing what they were supposed to do. But sometimes it can also be fair and say that probably they were also set up by the system to fail. Because I see a very big hole in our health delivery system, whether we like it or not. We have a lot of problems in there. So in discussing issues concerning human life and human well-being, I think we should look at both the system itself and individuals who work within the system. In this case, we all agree that the young man could have lived, but for the negligence of the professionals. We all agree. But beyond that, what kind of system do we have as a nation? From training, how do we train our health professionals to be caring to be responsible, to be efficient. How do we train them? I was on the show with one of your colleagues. He made a point, very profound point. He said we are in a country where we train someone to become a nurse. After completing the nursing school, the person will stay home sometimes 4 years before the person gets recruitment or appointment letter to begin to practice. So within that 3 years, the person, all the practical things the person learned in school might have left him or her. Because 3 years without, some of them, he gave an example. He said he met a nurse, someone who had been trained to become a nurse, working at a restaurant. So if the person for the 3 years is supposed to work at a restaurant because we can't employ that person. By the time you say, now I can employ you, the person is no more a nurse. The person is a restaurant waiter or waitress. Because it took you 3 years to train the person has worked in that restaurant for more than 4 years. So is he going to the hospital as a nurse or as a waiter or waitress? That is the problem we have. That's what I'm talking about, the issue of the system itself. I mean, logistically, we are not there. We failed as a nation. We don't have the facilities. You see, this young man's issue occurred at, if you look at the hospital, the kind of hospitals that are involved. Just imagine those who get similar emergency situations and go to the cheap compounds, polyclinics, and these community clinics, the kind of service or the kind of health care they receive. Are you getting it? So we need to look at it holistically. This is a huge problem. I think as a nation, this should provide us with an opportunity to reform our health system.
The committee has recommended a number of things which is aiming to see to a reform across the length and breadth. One of the many things I said I was going to come back to Doc on was a suggestion that the ambulance service could not even put pressure on some of the wounds, and I'm asking whether or not there's been a deficit in training all this while for our ambulance service.
So the ambulances, what kind of ambulances do we have in terms of equipment? Are they well equipped, or the ambulances that are supposed to carry people from one place to the other? I mean, these are the challenges we have as a nation. That's what I'm saying, that you see, it's quite unfortunate. You see, let me tell you, there are two places that all of us may end up being: prison and hospital. If you're a politician, prison is your potential candidate.
Your potential candidate for
potential candidate. If so long as you're a human being, you are a potential patient. These two places, we know we can potentially go there. Yet we don't build proper facilities for ourselves. So.
They don't go to our hospitals. They'll go out.
I'm coming. That's why I'm going to. But because most of them, they have what it takes to travel outside to South Africa. Even when we have xenophobic, they still go to South Africa. They go to South Africa, other places, for first-class medical care. They've neglected ours for so long a time, politicians. Let me tell you this. We can have first-class facilities in every district in this country. If we decide to do, we are determined to do as a people, if we be truthful to ourselves and manage our resources well, we can train our people, pay them properly. Think about it. Why is it that the same doctors and nurses, when they find themselves at private hospitals, they are very efficient and caring. But when they come to the public hospitals, you see some of these, they have TikTok nurses. TikTok nurses, even when they are at the ward, they are using their phone. Go to the private hospital, you will not find any. Even if you are a TikToker, by the time you get there, your phone is somewhere. You are very serious working, saving lives. So why the difference? Private sector, caring and efficient. Public sector, they don't care. They are not efficient. I mean, these are some of the things we need to. I'm not saying all of them, but some of them, their behavior. If you go to some of the hospitals, sometimes you want to slap somebody. it happened to me, not me myself going to the hospital because I was sick, but taking someone to the hospital, you expect that they will show care, they will show concern, like as if someone is dying. Oh, just you say that fine. You fine. You see the supervision. That's what I'm saying. The system is not only the facilities. That's what I'm saying. Training. When they are working, supervision, monitoring and supervision. That's what takes place at private hospitals. That's why if you go to private hospitals, you don't find some of the things you find at the public hospital.
Right.
So we still have a long way to go.
Let me come to soon to be doc. Then I'll go to Mr. Kutin. So because I see he wants to have a bite on this matter. Yes, he wants.
He's my man. Although
Dr. Nama says you have a big
man, but he's dog me. He's my man. But he dog me. This man, he's my man.
He just defended his PhD, so the brain is still fresh. Means something. So he wants to release
strong analysis.
It's not like that.
He's my man, but he dog me.
It's a very practical experience, I believe, not just because of the reports. When this accident happened earlier on, in classroom, I taught my students on matters like this, right? And we discussed this particular case in classroom. We had a practical discussion on how it happened and what led to the death of the gentleman before the report even coming out. And the reason being that there is something we call service quality. And it happens in most of our hospitals across the country. Service quality. How do you determine service quality? Yes, facility, just like Doc said, he talked about professional liability and facility liability. It's important. We have something we call the tangibles in service delivery. That's the facility. So yes, we will argue that hospitals will complain. We don't have everything we need as a health institution. We do agree to that. But there are 3 or 4 other factors that boils down to the individual professionals who renders these services. Ebo did very beautiful presentation on they don't care. That's the empathy aspect of it. Empathy aspect of it. You have health service delivery personnel who do not really pay attention to their emergency cases. So when you pick empathy, I remember when we were discussing this, my students, I asked them, I presented the case, and I asked them, let's discuss this in relation to this particular topic. And interestingly, experiences being shared in classroom tells you that Ghanaians do not trust our healthcare delivery in this country. So forgive Doctor where he sits today, that he goes to, he said South Africa for health treatment and everything.
Not dog.
I mean, in their category. In their category.
Look, let me put
in their category.
Dog owns one of the beautiful health facilities in the north.
Okay.
So I'm not sure Dog.
Please, I don't mean I'm not personalizing him.
He's just happen to be among the lions, but he's a sheep.
And another interesting issue has to do with responsiveness. How quick do they respond to such cases? You see, if you pick all the dimensions and you want to do the blame analysis, honestly speaking, you end up blaming the professionals. Because out of the 5 dimensions, government comes in on only one. That's the tangibles, the facilities. And trust me, in situations where facilities are lacking, human being steps in to take in measures to curtail some of these problems. So I believe that, yes, as a developing country, we will get to a point someday, maybe in the next 30, 50 years to come, where we'll have all the facilities we need as a country. But the human nature of it is where management has to come in. We are calling on management, just like Ibo indicated. You go to private health facilities, there is strict management in place. Management is ensuring that if an emergency case comes, you do not sit and look behind and tell me that, oh, we've seen it all the time. You see, that's a very painful thing they tell patients. Oh, this case there, we've seen several times, so you said that you not die. You get that concept? I believe that is where the problems comes from. So I think that if we can go back to our training of health personnel again, to also input in this compassion that they will have for patients, I think it will help us in solving some of these problems. Because you do not tell me you are in to save lives, and yet you care less about lives.
Yeah, you are trained to save lives.
You are trained to save life. Me, I don't have no knowledge about health. So if you take me there, trust me, the reason I didn't even like anything about health was, honestly speaking, the sight of blood. Growing up, I see the sight of blood, and that's I'm just going to be sick the whole day. So because of that, anything health, I just stayed away.
You are not alone.
You get the point. I went for another doctor, so I will not see blood. You see the point? The book does, I will not see blood. So I think that yes, sometimes when you're doing the blame games, I believe individuals involved, just like you earlier on indicated, that yes, their names are out there now. People know them from the hospitals they operate and all these stuff. And let's also admit that the gentleman who lost his life is from a family, right? So sometimes you could have people who also come at you, because if you had acted upon, probably he would be alive today. And the painful part I heard from the story was that the gentleman has 2 siblings who are medical professionals.
Spoke to one of her sisters who's a doctor.
So you see, if
saving lives, and yet you couldn't save
his life. And I think another major concern has to do with the financing, the money involved. Very often, some of these hospitals turn you back not because they don't have the facilities to take care of you. The fear that what if we take care of you and something happens? Who is coming to take up the bill? That has been one of the major challenges.
It shouldn't be.
So we are begging them.
On this platform today, Doc has even mentioned social welfare, being able to come in to take care of.
There should be a system where, at emergency situations, take care of the patients.
And we'll talk about
the finances later.
Save their
but
life
the
first.
finances should not be a block where you have to use, because what if he dies? We've already incurred cost in trying to treat him. So I think that is another problem we need to look at. Yes, we do admit, with the greatest of respect to the persons involved, we do admit the tangible, that's the facilities, we are still lacking behind. But there are 4 dimensions pointing to the personnels, which I think that as government institutions, management, just like Obo indicated, management should be up and doing. Administrators of our various hospitals, please, it is not just to go and sit in the office and just go throughout the day when issues come up, you come and talk on TV or radio and go and sit back. No, there are a lot of issues you need to deal with at your facilities. Right. And I think that we should all help do that and change the mindset which Ghanaians have today. Because where I sit, and I told you earlier on, my students have a very negative impression about public health service in this country. And I think they are not alone. And a lot of people have the same opinion.
Right.
Thank you very much.
It's a good thing you have the last but
Right,
one,
on
the subject.
In fact, Mawuena, I don't want to bore our listeners repeating the same thing my panelists have said, but I just want to contextualize it in another form. You see, the terms of reference the health minister gave, he kind of absorbed the institutions from blame. And if you look at the recommendations, they were institutional in nature, apart from the punishment aspect. And let's be clear, this is not just any rogue doctor actions that have led to this. If our institution will allow a patient with survivable wounds over 3 hospitals, you cannot label this as the result of misconduct. It is institutional failure. And I think as a country, we talk about some of these things when they happen and we go to sleep after that. I tell me talk and do nothing nation. Neto. Talk and do nothing. You see, this is a very serious matter, especially like a bold reference. A pregnant woman died under similar circumstances. Look, if you just single out these 6 doctors for punishment, the same system that produced these 6 doctors will produce the same doctors if we don't look at the institutional angle of it. How can it be the case, like Doc mentioned, your Hippocratic oath, the triage you mentioned, it is basic. We complain about underfunding, we complain of infrastructure, but what this young man needed was not a cutting-edge medical something to save his life. Just bleeding control and IVF, is that not it? How much does that cost? And the question we should be asking ourselves as a country is that we should ask, why is it that out of these 3 facilities, one doctor could not stand out and be counted and be the hero? it means there's an endemic institutional challenge we are not looking at. And the real truth is that we are in a technological world. It's just so difficult for our hospitals to have a system that link with the ambulance services, that ambulance services can know in real time availability of beds at these hospitals and that. But the truth of the matter is this, Doc. If you don't stabilize a patient and you refer the patient, that is negligence. So the charge is basic. So I think that the health minister should not raise his shoulder high. He is superintending over an institutional failure. And that is the more reason why he tried absorbing himself from the blame by the terms of reference he gave the committee. And Professor Kosa, as we all know, is a man of integrity. He's one of the few Ghanaians who will risk everything for his integrity, even his life. And we know his story. I don't need to repeat them here. So when we talk about some of these cultural things, it starts from the top. And it has to come through policy. It has to be come through some kind of transparent agenda and leadership. And this is what we are missing at our hospitals. So if we continue to blame these doctors, we may be missing a point. That is not to absorb them of blame. If I am paying you, I have to put systems to ensure that you do the work. So like you mentioned, if government pretend to be paying and I also pretend to be working, these are some of the things, the outcomes we will get as a country. And this is very serious. It could be any of us. Yeah. Because this guy is an engineer. He had an accident. He didn't even know this is where fate will bring him. Yeah. And this is the irony of the whole scenario. I'm not singling him out as if he's a special human being than others who are falling victim to some of these things. His own sisters are medical doctors, saving people's lives. And I listened to the sister who was in tears that I go all out to save others' life. And when it came to my own brother's life, my own colleagues let me down. That is a very serious statement we must digest in many forms. So I'll plead with government, enough of the talking. Let's get an overhaul of the systems, put a legally binding teeth to our healthcare infrastructure in this country. Look, we are talking about Accra. If you go to the underserved communities, it's so pathetic. The cheap compounds without electricity. How do you even do any meaningful thing there? We pretend in this country as if Ghana is just Accra, Kumasi, or Takoradi. Go to the underserved communities. It's so pathetic.
It happens everywhere. This thing almost
and you made a point, and I want to echo it. Look, people in authority, there are places you must make sure you keep clean. Prisons are one, hospitals are another. You remember PVOB?
Yeah.
He had a heart attack on the road. It was a taxi driver who took him in his car. And before he got to hospital, he couldn't survive. If we have systems in place and we have the capacity to do that, it's not as if we don't. We are just misapplying our funds. Yeah. So we shouldn't put these things squarely on the doctors. I understand that individual doctors engaged in this matter must be singled out for blame, but the larger blame is institutional.
Right. Yeah. Right. That's Emmanuel Kuting also sharing his thoughts. I need to go for a break, but
Eric, you know what? As I sit here, Sunday is Mother's Day.
Yeah.
My mom died 2004 as a result of negligence. My mom. So I don't like talking about it because I get emotional.
I have a personal story as well. 2014, Dantuman Polyclinic. There was a syringe that had been put in me which was not going, and I was beginning to pass out. Wow. My mom was calling the nurse and she refused to attend to me until she started wailing and crying and making noise in the dead of the night. No, there was a drip. Okay. It wasn't going any longer, right. And my arm was swelling, and I had a near-death experience actually.
Yeah, some of the medicines can
but
yeah.
UGM.
UGMC.
See, my mother-in-law had an emergency. We took her there. Yeah. You have to pay 2,000 before they can. It shouldn't be the case. It's a bad policy. That is not equitable. So if I didn't have the 2,000 to put, what happens?
Yeah, at that particular.
So the Parliamentary Health Committee, look, our committees, the Health Committee in Parliament, they must look at some of these things. They are there to advise, bring the legal lucrative frameworks and systems that work both ways. They have a lot of work to do out there.
There's a big hole.
There's a big hole.
You need to fill in.
Look, if you want to open phone lines, to ask Ghanaians to call, a lot of people have died through similar, except that it has not been reported. Yeah. And except that this guy is well-to-do in society, the sisters are medical doctors themselves, and these stories came up. There are 1,001 cases of this nature. So if you don't get the institution at play, we have another AMISA in transit.
Doc, I'll just come to you finally on this subject so that I'll take a break, because you're the health expert amongst us. We've seen a number of recommendations that's come through. Most notable was the health management or the bed management system, which was spoken about. Yeah. Do we know how far we've gone in having that available for us in beginning to deal with the situation, and the recommendations in general, so that I can take this quick break and then we return and talk about some other matters?
I think the minister even promised before this that they were working on a software to ensure that they link all hospitals so that they report their bed status to a central command center. In that way, when you are referring a patient anywhere, you can get it. Now that this has happened, definitely as a committee, the report has been, we received the report as well. Definitely we're meeting the minister. So when we meet the minister, we'll ask him to update us to what extent it has gotten to. I don't think this is so difficult to develop, because look, if you take those of us who save with the country's bank, GCB, anybody on a small phone can access his account and transfer the money the way he wants. How much did it cost them to do it? That is just money issue. What about our lives? So any amount that we can spend to develop this type of software that would eliminate this thing, I think the minister is working hard to ensure that is done. But let me be clear here on some issue about the challenges, that the systemic challenges that we are talking of. If you follow me keenly, in Parliament before we rose, I made a strong statement regarding the human resource needs of this country. And actually, I made the whole of Ghana to understand that we have just 1/3 of the number of doctors we need in this country. Wow. So out of 34,000, we have only 12,000. And the 12,000, some of them are registered in Ghana, but they work abroad. Some of them are retired, they can no longer work, but they are still in the register as doctors in Ghana. Meaning that we have about 10,000 doctors taking care of this country. And doctors actually have had serious problems with stress. If you go to the Medical and Dental Council, most of the negligence and other issues, medical malpractice that is happening, the results have come to show that some of them are suffering from depression and other things.
And so out of
even though I said this, my colleagues needed to do something, but let me be honest with Ghanaians, there's a lot of pressure on doctors. Even me sitting here, I consult on phone, because if somebody call you and say something and he's in his house in the night, calls you can't say no. You need to go here and buy this and do this. So I would beg that as we push to get the training of doctors increase in the country, more doctors will come in the country. We will also condone anybody who has just violated the guidelines completely. At least we'll talk to it. In that way, we'll not look like we are defending ourselves so much. I would like to defend anybody in the health sector and then the rest. But if it becomes so obvious that you just refuse to do a job which you are supposed to do, yes, I'll blame you. But for the human resource needs and the infrastructure needs and those petty tangible things that we need to make the health sector work, we all agree and we all accept. But to be frank, some government comes and do a lot.
And some government come and they don't do it. I don't want to go into politics when it comes to health. But to be honest, you all sitting here will agree with me. If Legon wasn't built, how would Accra have been? If Bank of Ghana wasn't built, how would Accra have been? If Maritime Hospital wasn't built, how would Accra have been? If Rich Hospital wasn't expanded. So tell me, the other government,
if agenda one
Okoboy and his government, which they should tell us what he added. They rather reduce the numbers. No, listen. You see, you are blaming government, but you see, I have to exonerate. No, you say it's a system.
Nobody blamed government. No. You see, you are taking it in a very.
You are saying the minister no. Putin said that the minister dodged in his recommendation and his. You see, we. Government. Let me defend my government.
When we say government,
all right.
It is not a single government.
Oh, I thought you were meaning this government. Okay, then let me. Okay, then now I understand you. I was just trying to cite example.
That's a republic. They are
republic.
This is republic. Oh, okay. I thought it was this NDC.
You see politicians. You see politicians. When it comes to defend his interest.
We are so much interested in producing more lawyers than doctors. So we have done legal education reforms. We have not done
medical education reform. We will do it. It's a prayer that came. Medical schools have to be built. We are trying to open one medical school in Bolga to alert Upper East people. You people in your.
To bring it to Sabuba.
No. You are getting a university there around Yendi. The Minister of Education is bringing you a university there, so you can incorporate medical schools.
We need one in Sabuba.
No, you get it. When the university comes,
big place.
When the university comes to Yendi, put a medical school there to serve you.
We have one tertiary. Listen, I have one tertiary institution in Yendi.
I know this.
The next one must come to Sabuba.
I have a quick plead.
Right.
Honorable, you talking about hospitals and health facilities. There is a concern from Wager.
Yes.
Right. A children's hospital being constructed.
Yes.
We are pleading with you.
Yes.
Please commission it for us.
We'll commission it. Let me tell you. Yesterday, when I heard it,
the residents
I went to the ministry. Let me tell you, I went to the ministry to ask why. They told me the reason is genuine. The World Bank gave the money for them to construct the hospital. And the people they gave the money to do inflated the prices of some of the items. And World Bank altered it. It's not the ministry that is not commissioning it. Okay. It is not our money. Somebody gave money and you inflated the cost of the items by 3% to 11%, 3 times to 11 times. Then the person said, I've given you the money. I need accountability before we open it. Yes. So it is not the government which is not opening it. It is the owner, the one who gave out the money, who wants accountability before the thing will be open. But they are working. They are working to see how they can open it.
What Dog is saying.
Yes.
Is very crucial.
Yes, I went to the ministry yesterday.
It has become a national issue.
Yes,
we shouldn't politicize this thing. Yeah. Craft is eating away the trust we have in the international communities. Yeah. Look, these are people who have given us money.
Yes.
You accepted to do the work at a particular cost.
Yes.
I think under the terms of reference, you are allowed to vary it by 3%. And you went 11%. If you were the funder,
how 11%? 11 times.
11 times. Not 11 times.
So that is unacceptable.
I want to clarify your demand. You are genuine.
It's a plead.
Your plea is genuine.
It's a plead because the residents.
I don't like the way the MP there.
As for the politicization, I mean,
do the politics.
FAD is not seeking to politicize. He's just
he's asking. Now I've explained to you. You are genuine.
Speaking on matters of health.
He's a very genuine.
No, we understand you, Doc. But I want to let you understand that it is not the deliberate attempt by government not to open it. It is simply because the one who gave out the money wants accountability.
By Jerry Ahmed should let the people understand this.
Yeah,
I don't like the way
he's politicizing it. I have to go for this break because the health conversation has taken on for a very long time. But when we return, we'll talk about Hanan. He was released yesterday, and then quick thoughts as well. We're almost out of time even, but let's do this quick break. We'll return, and then a few more matters here on the 3FM Sunrise.
Protect
We return on from the break. Let me just talk to you about the Achimota Retail Center because they are running a special Mother's Day promo and they are giving out amazing rewards. So if you want to be a part of it, call Linda on 024-747-1907 for your VIP experience package gift voucher for your super mom. It's a great experience to shop a wide range of products. Head to the Achimota Retail Center, get involved and make this May all about the people who matter most. Achimota Retail Center and your vibes in Kwan. Also, we've been telling you about the 24th African Athletics Championships, which is coming off between the 12th to the 17th of May at the University of Ghana Sports Complex, and a lot of superstars will be there, and so make sure you're a part of it as well. The second topic involving Hanan has already started in the studio. A number of individuals believe that the former Attorney General who represents Hanan and all of that does not have a moral authority to be making some of the comments he's been making. But let me start off with Fad because I have just 40 minutes to wrap up. Fad, he's been released now, but you in the NPP have not been happy with how everything has gone in relation to the case withdrawn, he being rearrested again, and a host of other matters.
I believe we are not happy because of the posture of the Attorney General. And I have to make this clear. You know, remember last year, April, right, when he started this prosecution, which we classified as public persecution. He made a statement, very emphatic statement, and I think I want to re-echo his words. He said, "I was never an incompetent lawyer in private practice. I don't want to be an incompetent lawyer in public service." This is the Attorney General. And at the back of that, he laid 5 charges against Hanan, proving to us that he has done a detailed and thorough work on his allegations. We knew very well it was public persecution. Let me go to the media, persecute them in the media, criminalize them in the media, then crucify them in the media. Because in the public opinion, you can't defend yourself to everybody's understanding. That is what he succeeded in doing. Then he went to the legal matters in the law courts. Unfortunately for him, he hits a block that he cannot overcome. And as a result of that, he quickly and smartly tells us that he's withdrawing the initial charges, right? And at the back of that, got Hanan rearrested.
Right.
That's where all this problem emanated again, right? Interestingly, after Hanan was rearrested, the concerns raised by his lawyers were that they've not had access to their clients, which I think is becoming not one, not twice.
The Deputy AG says Godfred Dame was granting interviews instead of going to Yoko to find his client because they were waiting for him.
That is a very unfortunate statement coming from the Deputy AG, with the greatest of respect to his person. You see, these are public officers, right, being paid with our taxpayers' money. Respectfully, if they do not respect the opposition, they should respect the intelligence of the Ghanaian people. Yesterday, I listened to Godfred Dame, and he stated categorically that there were other qualified lawyers who are even senior at the bar to the Deputy Attorney General. They were there at the premises, waiting to get access to their clients. When the driver of Hanan came in with food, one of the lawyers tried to even get access. They denied him. So where from all this allegation that it should be Godfred Dame? You see, I'm beginning to have this understanding that it is not the clients they are fighting, it's the legal representation, probably. Because if you look at the media banter coming from the Deputy Attorney General towards Godfred Dame, I ask myself, what if I have 3-4 lawyers? One is indisposed, right? The other 3 available. You deny them access and tell me that I am on media granting interview. Right. I think it is not helping our democracy. What is happening currently? And you see, sequence of events, you draw pattern, right?
Leads you to believe this is persecution.
This is persecution. It is becoming very common now, and I think it is not good for our democracy. Just like Ebo said earlier on, that as politicians, we are potential
prison
candidates for such situation, but we should not be persecuted because our party is in opposition.
Right.
We've seen some cases being left to go waste today because of change of government. We cannot continue on this tangent. We cannot keep on deceiving the Ghanaian people by lying to them that the NPP government had a lot of corrupt officials. And as a result of that, we were voted out of office. A new government comes in, and after 1 year, as we speak, a whole attorney general cannot determine a focus on prosecution of just even a single individual.
Thank you.
I think it's becoming one of many.
Because of time, I'll
Thank
come
you
to
very
Mr.
much.
Kuting on this subject matter briefly, and then the other Stock will come in, and then Ebo as well.
Mawuena, I want to come on this matter as a neutral. I'm not here to defend Anan or the government. But you see, government made the Anan issue in particular their flagship oral agenda. And the Attorney General publicly presented evidence. So if this evidence cannot stand the test of time in court, that they have uncovered fresh evidence, it brings a lot of crisis issues here. And you see, if the citizens don't trust our judicial system, they will not engage with it. They will not go and testify, and wrongs will go unreported.
Right.
At the end of the day, who benefits? Look, to me, if the government knows that Anan has done the wrong things and there are fresh evidence to that, they should show us the
fresh evidence,
the framework, and not the handcuffs. We are not interested in the handcuffs. It sends a negative impression, rightly so or otherwise, as if there's factional politics at play here. Look, what prevented Yoko, after discovering fresh evidence, to collaborate with the prosecution so that at the point of release they can state their case publicly, that because of this fresh evidence we have stumbled upon, we are discontinuing this case, and Anan and the wife remain under our detention, and they may go through certain things to get bail. For them to arrest them, the rainbow style they did after their release in court is very unacceptable. And like you mentioned, any of us could be victims of where Anan is. Right. We on this table, we are all candidates for public office. And my senior brother daughter mentioned how human we are and how we can be fallible. I'm not saying Anan did something wrong or right, but I'm just looking at the whole caricature of our judiciary system.
Absolutely.
And we must be guided and minded that it took us time to build our independent prosecutorial system we have in our constitutional democracy. And we must do everything to protect that.
Absolutely.
Today, it is Hanan. Tomorrow, it could be somebody else. And when we allow some of these things to happen, it outlives a single government. And that is when retaliation comes in, and we begin to cycle in a vicious cycle, and government agenda, or by extension, poor Ghanaians who need development will not be able to get suffering. It, and will be wasting our time talking about some of these things.
I'll come to you now. It's pretty much a final word on the subject matter. So, on this Hanan subject.
I think that we have to ask ourselves whether what the Minister of the Attorney General,
Deputy Attorney General,
was right or wrong. Does the law permit for you to say this case we've dropped it, and then
so per law they can withdraw and file again?
Is it not the law is the law is the law?
The law is the law.
The law is the law. You see. Every look. We all know Hanan is in my. He comes from my area.
He contested with you, right?
No. He's in Pusiga, but I'm in Garu. Yes, and we lived in Tamale even before he became the buffer stock boss, and we know the life he lived and all that. Ghana, we have serious problems with corruption, and the whole entire public is looking at us NDC to ensure that we prove to them that the oral, we can deal with it. We can really deal with the issues that we said we wanted to deal. And I'm also praying that my learned friend, the Attorney General and his deputy, would execute it. But he's saying that he is not going to rush to lose a case. He'll use all the mechanisms legally possible to ensure that he proves to the world that this. So if he thinks that he has to drop this case and reframe it, and then you see, yes, no, it's not the same. Cooking is different. Cooking is using water, fire, and then and reframe it and present it to the judge to win the case. He can do it. It is not forbidden. Look. If we politicians, we actually do not change our way of doing things, our lifestyle, and the way we go to offices, and at least resources are vanishing and work is not being done, Ghanaians will continue not to believe us, and will continue to be at variance with the population. So I really abhor corruption, and any way that the government can use to prove somebody guilty of resources, funds, and monies that they think he has not legally acquired them but through dubious means, I am for it. If at the end Hanan is free because they found nothing with him, that's fine. But if the Attorney General thinks that he can change the suit and then present it in a different way and win his case in favor for Ghanaians, not for himself, I am for it.
Right. Ebo, last word.
Yes, I think the original charges.
It should have been the
first. The original charges included stealing,
causing financial loss,
money laundering, causing financial loss.
Can he use the microphone?
Totaling over 78 million. That was the original charge, the one that has been dropped. You see, the Attorney General has done the wisest thing. The wisest thing. You are putting up a burden. When you go to the middle, you realize that there's a problem with the foundation. Do you continue to build to the top? No. You bring everything down and start all over again. That is what the Attorney General has done. See, corruption. You see, just a few minutes ago, we're talking about what? No bet issues. Corruption. We have the problems we have because of corruption. Of course, if people who knew Annan before his party came to power, if before and after your life is dramatically changed.
Is that the parameter to check corruption?
Oh, I'm coming. Yes, of course. Yes, it's also a parameter. Hey, I know you. You could hardly buy a car tie. You could hardly rent a room. Your party comes to power. Within 4 years, you have mansions. You have about 5 cars in your house. Any serious nation will pay serious attention to that person.
A lifestyle audit.
And begin to investigate the person.
Even the properties belongs to him. Sometimes some of this.
I'm saying that is why he's not being. That is why the case is in court. He's not in prison. That is why he's not in prison, but the case is in court.
Let's go to court.
Yes, that is why. But the case was in court.
Some of these things you keep emphasizing.
To withdraw and
the same things they are withdrawing.
You see, you don't want. He just don't want me to speak. That's I know your strategy.
It's not good, Ebo.
No, to withdraw. No, to withdraw. To withdraw and rearrest.
It's part of the law.
To recalibrate your strategy. You know, it's very important. It's very, very important. Corruption cases. Corruption cases.
We have to go. We have to go now.
So Attorney General has done the wisest thing.
Thank you.
We should go after all of them one by one.
Thank you.
Transparency. 13th All African Games. Mustafa's issue. You want to hear another Mustafa Hamid? We want to hear that one too.
Right.
National service. The ghost names. We want to see all the ghosts.
Hello.
You see, Ima, if we can reduce corruption by 50%.
We are not saying, look,
50%.
A minute for me to wrap up. I have to come in. Thank you all. Thank you all for joining us in the studio.
Attorney General, in the face of the law, has done nothing wrong.
No, but
in this matter, he's done nothing wrong.
You should stay public.
The law.
You should stay public.
When did the law cease to be the law?
Basis.
No, when did the law cease to be the law?
You should stay publicly. The legal basis for
the rearrest.
That was not protest. No. All right, gentlemen, thank you. Your mics are off. Let me say a big thank you to Fad Osman, soon to be doctor in the month of July. He's a member of the NPP National Communications team. Ebo Bachman is the Deputy Director of Communications for the United Party. Emmanuel Kuti is the Executive Director of the Africa Center for Security and Counterterrorism. Also in studio with us is Dr. Thomas Anaba. He's a Member of Parliament for Garu and a member of the Health Committee of Parliament as well. I have a few birthdays and so I have to get them out of the way as well. Quick birthdays. This one says a happy birthday to my lovely wife, my heart and my helper, Mrs. Rita Kumasa Agonuga. Happy birthday. I'm still living because of her and I'm grateful to God for giving me her. This is from Abolo to his lovely wife. Also, happy birthday to Kin Kweku Mensah. God continue to bless and keep you. More blessings to you this year. It's coming from all of us here at 3FM and Media General to you as well. Very Reverend Samuel Lankwe Lamte, Dean of the Cathedral. Happy birthday to you, very Reverend. May God continue to bless you. A happy birthday as well to Warrant Officer Class 1, Azaleko David. Is coming from your wife, Mrs. Joyce Boateng Azaleko, and your children. They say, may the Lord continue to bless you with good health, happiness, and protection, and blessings in all that you do. Final one. A happy birthday to Kwame Insaido, popularly known as Kwame Black of Radio Ghana. On this special day, we celebrate you, not just your life, but also the wisdom, strength, and inspiration you continue to share with those around you. May God bless you with long life, good health, peace of mind, and greater success in every step from your wife, Anne Mary in Seidu, and the kids. And Yenam will do the news update for us right now.
Chaka baby, do one soko baby. We no go hear nobody. One more can I hear no more. Anyway, show me no room for the corner there. No no man soon me dream na me there. I yellow look ga kwese. Ya ko ya ning baby ga kwese. Mama ya. Mama ya.
Accra gets busy on this frequency. 92.7 3FM.
It's now time for the news update here on 3FM 92.7. I am Enyunam Haliga. Going to a first story now where the Ghana Medical Association maintains that it was inappropriate for names of doctors and other medical personnel cited for disciplinary action in the Charles Emisa case to be made public before the full disciplinary and administrative process are concluded. The Ministerial Investigative Committee in its report cited a number of medical personnel for sanctions over negligence and alleged contribution to the death of the 29-year-old hit-and-run victim. But the GMA contends that the publication of the names risks shifting the attention away from the deeper systemic failures in Ghana's energy emergency healthcare delivery highlighted by the committee. The association insists that while accountability is necessary, disciplinary processes must be fair, transparent, evidence-based, and consistent with the due process.
We do not have any problem, and we will never shield any member who has gone through a due process and has been found to have acted contrary to what the professional standards require. However, putting these people's names out there has also implications, and we must balance the public sentiment to want to punish somebody with also the people who are yet to still go through the due disciplinary processes as the regulatory body. You would note that the committee itself, even though they have made some findings, which people might argue is the prima facie case that they have made, and for which they are referring these people to the regulatory authorities to go through disciplinary procedures, which includes going to the penal committee and then to the disciplinary committee, where they still have processes of appeal. Clearly, there's still a lot of processes yet to be gone through to establish full guilt and then the appropriate sanctions to be applied. So if we then proceed to put their names out there, for which people are now attacking them personally on their Facebook pages and their private messages being sent to them threatening them, what are we achieving by this? We've moved focus from all the other recommendations they have made in the document.
That was Dr. Richard Salome. He's the General Secretary for the Ghana Medical Association of Ghana. Now, away from that, some political stories now. The governing National Democratic Congress has defended the losses of the Bank of Ghana, insisting that spending must be viewed as part of efforts to stabilize the economy and protect livelihoods. The party maintains that public debate on the economy must be grounded in facts and accountability. Introducing the National Democratic Congress position on the Bank of Ghana losses during the relaunch of the Setting the Record Straight, a Deputy National Communications Officer, Godwin Akogan, said the outcomes achieved justify the expenditure.
Having failed to convince Ghanaians on policy and performance, the NPP has returned to propaganda, shifting from one false narrative to another.
The NDC also turned its attention to the opposition New Patriotic Party, NPP, accusing the party of abandoning policy debate in favor of propaganda and misinformation.
The Bank of Ghana's 15 billion cedis commitment, carried out under its core mandate to stabilize the economy, should be viewed as a strategic investment rather than a loss. It has produced tangible results.
And that was the Deputy National Communications Officer for the National Democratic Congress, Godwin Akogan there. That brings us to the end of the news update here on 3FM 92.7. For more news, please check our website at 3news.com. I am Enyonam Haliga. AJ comes your way with Relaunch.
Follow us on social media.